I just wanted to welcome each and every one of you to our regular City of Daly City Council meeting on Monday, April 8th. And at this time, we'll all stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Present.
Dr. Rod,
Here.
Ms. Parano. Here. Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, present.
Ms. Minato.
Present. Thank you very much. All right. Well, the first item we have on the agenda is swearing in our new appointment to City Council. Before doing so, I just want to acknowledge some of the amazing guests of friends and family. I see Supervisor David Canepa. I see Honorable Joanne Del Rosario. And we have our College Board of Trustee, Mike Ngona. And then, are there any other electeds in the audience I missed? I just want to make sure. All right, we got everyone, but also each and every one of you here, obviously are here especially for Teresa as well as the community. So we welcome each and every one of you. But before I start, I do want to share a few words. Teresa Parano is a lifelong Daly City resident where she and her husband raised 3 children, are currently enjoying being grandparents to 6 grandchildren. Teresa has been a long-standing volunteer dedicated to the community and civic service for over 35 years, serving in many capacities. Including the chair of the Daly City Planning Commission, former chair of Daly City Recreation Commission, and board member of the Daly City Public Library Associates, amongst many others. Teresa has also worked in Daly City for the last 25 years. Teresa humbly steps into this role to serve her community and looks forward to working with her new colleagues. As a Hispanic woman of Mexican and Spanish descent, Teresa is proud to represent her heritage, but more importantly, she is proud to serve the entire Daly City community. And so with that, I will ask her son Nick to please come forward and give the oath of office.
Right up there.
Okay, but I need the mic. All right.
No, there.
Oh, I can turn the mic around? Okay.
Look at that.
Okay, and then you can make sure.
Go in your mouth.
Okay, perfect. There you go.
I'm trying to think, which side's my good side?
Testing. Okay. All right, Mom, here we go. Okay. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name, do solemnly swear.
We'll start all over, but you have to share.
Okay, we'll try that again. I state your name, do solemnly swear
I, Teresa Parano, do solemnly swear, thank you,
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely.
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Gave me it too long.
Yeah. All right, Mom, we can do this. Without any mental reservation
Without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon
discharge the duties upon
which I am about to enter.
which I am about to enter. Are we done?
We're done?
Congratulations.
Oh, that's a speech. You want to do it down there?
You can do it here at the dais. You could do it down there. And so,
I'm going to borrow the microphone.
okay.
Can I thank you. Thank you, Annette. Okay, we got this. My family knows this. I cry at commercials. So you can imagine how just thrilled I am to be here today. So I want to thank you all for being here. So let me start this. Good evening, esteemed mayor, vice mayor, council persons. Wow, okay. City manager, city attorney, city clerk, David Canepa. Thank you. Our dear, they gave me all these notes, right? Joanne, thank you for being here. Michael, thank you for being here. I know, hold on. Adrienne Tissier, thank you for being here. Okay, and for DCPLA, Tricia, Victoria, Clayton, there you are. Oh, I don't want to forget this. Hold on. Okay, my heart's beating like really hard right now. Hold on. And I don't have it. Okay. Commissioner, Tony Bayuden. Tony, where'd he go? Tony? Is he hiding? Tony! Hi, Tony. Gary, thank you for being here. Fernando? What did I lose, Fernando? I know he's here. I just saw, hey, how you doing? Okay, good. So thank you. Our city partners, Daly City Coma Chamber of Commerce. You do me a favor, wave. I've been proud to serve with the Daly City Coma Chamber of Commerce, and you guys rock. So thank you. Daly City Public Library Associates, I want to just say hello to you. Any other, are you guys around? You two, you three. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so I'm going to get back to my speech. Oh, PG&E, Bill Chang. Bill, that would be the chamber too. Hey, Bill. Pacific Island Together, Reina. I'm sorry, Miafua. Reina, hi. Okay, I got everybody on this list. Okay. And you know what? I would be amiss to say that, well, I'm going to get to the speech and then I'll make sure I didn't forget anybody, okay? Okay, here we go. I want to say hello to the Daly City Police and Fire. I want to thank you. Also, Daly City staff.
You guys have been so kind and amazing to me in the last week, and it's been only a week. And I want to thank all of you, everybody, for helping me. So I'm saying hello to you guys, everybody. Hello. Thank you for being here and to share this special evening with me. I'd like to say hello to my parents, Rafael and Maria Lopez. They couldn't be here, but I'm sure they're watching. And I also would like to thank my husband, Gustavo, my children, Nick, Melissa, and Esteban. Hi. And my grandchildren who are here. They're all here. So all 6 of them. They're all here. To my amazing family and relatives, my brothers and my sisters, my brother-in-laws, my sister-in-laws, my family. You know, this is all about family. And to that, I'd like to say hello to my Duggan family, Doug and Sarah staff, anyone who's here. I love you guys. To my fellow musicians. So I sing at 3 churches. So Our Lady Perpetual Help is here, Holy Angels, and St. Stephen's. So you guys, thank you for being here. To my friends from the town of Coma, South San Francisco, and all of my fellow community volunteers. And you guys are amazing. So if you guys can wave, the volunteers, everybody I've worked with, come on. There you go. Thank you. There's a lot of you here. You guys are just embarrassed. I love you guys. Thank you so much. It is a sincere honor this evening to accept the appointment and be sworn in as Daly City Council member and to continue serving the city that I have lived in all my life. Okay. You know, this is my city from when I was born. My children have been raised here. And I have enjoyed so much of all of you, every single one of you. And, you know, it's been an honor, an absolute honor. I'm excited to have this opportunity to work along 4 caring and seasoned council members who are dedicated to serving the city of Daly City. And I couldn't not say again, this amazing Daly City staff. Because when everything runs smoothly, it's because of them. Okay. I read through a lot of quotes last night. I was thinking, oh, wouldn't it be great to have a great quote to end this speech, right? So you may be surprised who wrote this one, but I'm going to read it to you, okay? Okay. So, help others and give something back. I guarantee you will discover that while public service improves the lives and the world around you, its greatest reward is the enrichment and new meaning it will bring to your own life. This is a quote from Arnold Schwarzenegger. But isn't it true? I mean, there's so many of you, public servants here, volunteers, so you know exactly what he means. So friends, do me a favor, take a moment. Look to your right, to your left, look around you. Who do you see? Let me tell you who you see. I see people who share important traits in common: kindness, giving hearts, and sunshine. Especially when we have a foggy day, but the sun came out today, so I figured that was a sign. So I'd like to end this with a special song, and I'm not going to be singing it. You ready? Go for it.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You never known, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away.
Oh.
15 minutes just for cake?
That was just wonderful. I will say this, Council Member Perano, I think your granddaughter takes after you. And with that, at this point, we will go into a short recess and break so that Councilmember Perano can take photos with her family.
Yes.
And be able to celebrate this momentous occasion. But before we do, I just want to say, and I'll allow my colleagues some words to share. But first and foremost, I just want to say I'm so happy that you're on board with us. I know that you are such an amazing person that gives from your heart. It's a testament to the decades of work that you do, giving to so many parts of our community, from the libraries to our businesses, and just wonderful to have someone as well that grew up in the community. And it's really tremendous to have you with us. I look forward to working with you to continue to further Daly City, to progress Daly City. I know that that song, that special song you mentioned, "You Are My Sunshine," is so fitting because you feel the positivity, the energy in this room, and I have great hopes ahead for what we're able to do together. Congratulations, Council Member Teresa Perano. And now, Vice Mayor.
Teresa, welcome to the dais. I like to take notes, and you're very keen and understanding of when you were doing your interview last week. Like, you like to take notes, and that's what I do. I take notes, and I try to recollect my thoughts. And 3 H's, Triple H. I don't know, are the things that 3 H's that come to my mind when I think of you. And one is humility. There's a certain sense of humbleness that you exude, and your humility allows people to bring you in terms of who you are and your true self, which leads me to my second H of humanizing. And it's through your service that draws so many people in. And looking at this large crowd, your actions speak louder than words. Everything. And I've worked with you on the planning commission, and I've got to know you through the past, almost 8 years now. It's gone by fast. And just seeing your work in the DCPLA and the President's Board at Skyline College, the Daly City Coma Chamber of Commerce. It's like you let the actions speak louder than words. You let the actions become the center of what that main purpose should be, and it's about community. And the last part was home. And when people think of home, sometimes people think of home as a physical, structure. But home can be wherever you create it to be. And sometimes it's the people that are around you that create a sense of home. And you create a sense of belonging, a sense of comfort, a sense of safety that draws so many people in. And welcome to the dais, and we're gonna make some history and a lot of service and community here on the dais. So welcome.
Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you. Well, Teresa, where to begin? Besides a heartfelt welcome to the dais, with everything from having known your family, which is such a blessing, and like he was talking about the home, I know what you have. Oh, you make me cry too, because I know this blessing sitting in these rows
This is a reflection of you. And you take it when you sing for someone, when you're present for someone, it's a constant. So when there's a constant inside of someone that doesn't go away, you take it whatever you serve, whatever title it is. Because it's not about the title, and you know it. It's about being that constant, not letting your values be shaken, and being who you are. Because that is what you're bringing, what you are. And I look forward to hearing what you see as a vision, what you want to do, what we all can work on together, and that we can all do for our community together with so much passion, so much love, so consistency of wanting to do it for the right reason and for the right thing, not to cause harm, but creating better, right? So those conversations, those ideas that will be coming to you, and you will be heard and listening. I remember you were always saying that. And you are someone that gives people opportunities to listen. That's, believe it or not, that's a rare gift. Sad to say in society, but you do. You allow and you listen with your heart. So I look forward to that and many more conversations that can be revolved around our beautiful community. And your love is evident. Your family, I can't say enough. I know I'm trying to not be biased about them. Even when I saw you in a restaurant with these beautiful people out here, it exudes. Whether it's in a church. You even gave of yourself to Marie Brizuela's, people don't know that, for her husband's funeral. It was a gift. She gave it from a gift. No one knew it. But I'm telling you, that gift that she's given of singing, that actually heals people. And that really has made a difference in a lot of people's lives. So I thank you. I look forward to you bringing and opening up, and that all of us can learn more from you. Thank you for being here.
Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Councilmember Proaño, first of all, to reiterate, I want to say congratulations. One thing you said in your interview that I caught wind of is, I have a big family. And you know, Ms. Proaño lives very close to me, maybe about 6 blocks, and she always has her eyes open and will let me know if something is out of the ordinary. I'd like to commend you that you were able to read your speech without your glasses.
No.
And I was wondering, oh, maybe she has contacts. No. And until about 6 years ago, I was still in denial. I guess I was supposed to be wearing glasses since I was 40. I'm 70 now. I've watched, for those of you who don't know, Ms. Proaño was my appointee to the Planning Commission. And watching her react to the public, her fellow colleagues, I said to myself, I made the right choice. One particular Planning Commission meeting, she was so passionate and caring about a certain development that she was brought to tears. That tells me something because she really cares. Not too often, you want to see a grown man cry, but not too often does that happen. But I saw it in Teresa. I won't forget approximately 2.5 years when my mom passed away, and I asked Teresa if she would sing some verses, and she gladly obliged. Something that I will never, ever forget. As I think back to the year of 2016, I met Ms. Proaño at some event, and she knew I was running for council, and she started giving me things to do and what not to do. And I said to myself, who is this lady? But you know, since then, Teresa's always a phone call away. And even she'd call me for advice on certain things, but I knew she had it. The idea is you got to give somebody that space to grow. And as you can see, she has grown. It's a well-deserved appointment. Ms. Proaño, I wish you the best of luck, and I'm looking forward to working with you during your term. Thank you so much, Teresa.
Thank you very much to my colleagues for your comments. And at this time, I think it's time for a recess and break to be with your family. And I believe there's some cake. All right. You in the back, there's seats here. You're all welcome to come forward if you'd like. Okay. All right. We are now reconvening for our Monday, April 8th City Council meeting. And once again, thank you very much. Welcome, Councilmember Teresa Perano. And we will now proceed with our business. So our presentations for this evening is our proclamation for Fair Housing Month. I'd like to ask Mr. Jacob Urarte to please come up from Project Sentinel.
Hey.
Welcome.
Is it on?
Do you have the proclamation? The
His
proclamation.
microphone. He's the microphone.
What happened?
Oh, okay.
You want to do it?
Thank you so much. So we have the proclamation for Fair Housing Month. And thank you for being here, Project Sentinel. And so we have the whereas clauses. I'll start for April 2024. Whereas adequate housing is a basic need and right of all people. And whereas this year we celebrate the 56th anniversary of the enactment of the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, Title III of the Civil Rights Act, Title III-8 of the Civil Rights Act, which states that discrimination in the sale and rental of housing is illegal when based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. And whereas the Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988 extends fair housing rights based on familial status to families with children and based on handicap to disabled persons. And whereas California statutes additionally protect citizens based on age, marital status, sexual orientation, gender identity, and source of income. And whereas California celebrates the 63rd anniversary of the Fair Employment and Housing Act, FEA. And whereas the City of Daly City supports fair housing efforts to eliminate discrimination in housing and recognize the benefits of Project Sentinel to educate home seekers, apartment managers, and apartment owners on federal and state housing laws, and to investigate complaints of illegal housing discrimination in Daly City. And whereas to heighten public awareness, the City of Daly City wishes to focus public attention on April as Fair Housing Month. Now, therefore, I, Jocelyn C. Manalo, Mayor, and the members of the City Council hereby proclaim the month April 2024 as Fair Housing Month in the City of Daly City and encourage all residents and community organizations to celebrate the value of harmonious and diverse communities of neighbors to support the goal of equal housing opportunity for all people.
So I first want to thank the City of Daly City for having me here for proclaiming the month of April as the Fair Housing Month. I first want to start off by saying that I grew up in the peninsula. I grew up in San Bruno. Getting a job at Project Sentinel has been really important to me because I get to help the citizens of the peninsula, specifically in Daly City. Fair Housing Month is directly tied to the Civil Rights Act. It was passed days after Martin Luther King was killed. And we want to kind of continue this fight that was started in the 60s. Again, I want to thank the City of Daly City for having me and for proclaiming the month of April Fair Housing Month.
Thank you so much for that. I want to say, as an organization with Project Sentinel and the work that you do, it's tremendous to have your organization for those that need the support for just education, knowing their rights, being able to just speak with representatives and caseworkers that can assist families. Sometimes they don't even understand, where they are in the process, and to have your organization there at the forefront is huge. And I know that you all have been a partner with the City of Daly City for many years. And I just want to say thank you for the tremendous work that you do. And as stating this during this month, it's something continuous. We know that there's many in our communities that need the support that you all do. And fair housing is absolutely important and crucial. As we know, even in the past, that there have been issues and laws that were enacted that really divided communities from even being able to even purchase, and some redlining laws that have been overturned. But it has to be continuous, the advocacy, and so I commend you and your organization. And at this time, I will yield it over to Vice Mayor for his comments.
Thank you, Jacob, for rolling through and the work that Project Sentinel has done for its existence. When we talk about fair housing, Daly Cities is not free from it. And when we talk about some of these housing tracts that were created back in post-World War II, Westlake, and those were all created out of redlining. And, it still occurs today in this country. And, when I think about housing, it's we're talking about wellness and having a place and shelter to raise a family, to feel like you have a sense of security. And I know Supervisor Canepa was here earlier, and I know I saw one of his talks on loneliness, and housing plays a role in terms of addressing this public health crisis of loneliness. And, through the work that we do, hopefully we can take necessary steps to address structural inequities in our society to make it affordable. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Council Member DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first I want to say, we all know the work that you guys do down there, and it's like unsung heroes, but I see you out there every day. I know there's a lot of volunteers that come to Project Sentinel. And then one of the biggest inequities, as well as you've seen, is the rising of rent. And we know Redwood City is going to try and put that on the ballot and see if we can start doing something to keep people from being unhoused. Because you guys are doing the best you can. But again, it's a responsibility, I feel, as elected officials, that if we know people are going to be unhoused. I live in Westlake Apartments. The rent prices, and I see U-Hauls coming. And then we always say we celebrate our diversity, but we're losing diversity because they cannot afford to live here. And then you are uprooting children, elders, everything. That to me is discrimination. I feel that it's just so heartbreaking, but if we can do something to stop the bleeding, and it really is bleeding, from getting them to leave our schools, our public schools, so these children can be uprooted. They already went through COVID and everything else, that I think that is something that our council should look at and maybe emulate or review what we can do and some kind of protections to keep people from being unhoused. Because you guys take care of that end, but you can't, we have a responsibility as well. And I think that you guys have worked with other electeds in other cities, and I welcome your input and I'm sure other council members as well, so we can get some renter protections for the ones that are not all landlords, of course not, but we need something to keep people from losing the roof over their head. I mean, this is where we live, and we need something to help these people. So I look forward to working with you. Thank you very much for being here. And I know it was a long night, but thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's civil rights. Nothing is done until you take action, right? You can put the words on paper, and the people lost their lives, and they actually got, killed, hung, and everything else to try to get us the rights. But it's up to us to push forward, push past that, and actually implement it and be the action people. As a member of the National Council, when you do the Jewish women or whatever, when there's discrimination of any kind, when you can't enter a hotel because of certain things, that's wrong. You can't check in a hotel. So we've come far, but we haven't gone far enough because we really are bringing it to where we all need to love one another and support one another. Thank you very much. We all rise together.
Thank you. Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. Sir, again, thank you for being here this evening to bring about continued awareness of unfair housing practices. As you know, as mentioned before, in a publication called The Color of Law, to which folks were denied housing because of their race. Redlining is a different issue and really doesn't apply because that applies to banks and insurance companies who refuse to grant loans due to the particular area and they consider a financial risk. So that's redlining. However, the issue stands with the CC&Rs that was developed over the years and resolutions that was handed down, especially in the area of Westlake. And hopefully that is over and done with by now. And again, as you know, if council finds out about it, this is zero tolerance for that. Fair housing should be a right for everyone. And thank you so much at such a young age to understand this. I mean, I'm still learning myself, but I really appreciate you being here, and thank you for everything that Project Sentinel does. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Sylvester. Councilmember Proano.
I had not heard of your organization, so there may be others who don't know about your organization. Do you have a website or something if someone wants to look it up?
Yeah, we do. It's housing.org.
Housing.org,
yeah.
Awesome. And I just want to thank you. I'm going to check out your website and see what you're all about, but it sounds wonderful. Thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you. And sorry, if I could just piggyback off of what Councilmember Sylvester said. Fair housing is directly connected to race. Like I said, it was connected to the civil rights movement, but it's much broader than that. We see a lot of cases with source of income discrimination, disability discrimination, national origin discrimination. So familial status discrimination. We get a lot of these kind of other types of discrimination cases that, while we're pushing the fight forward with race discrimination, definitely, we also want to make sure that, people know that whatever it may be going on at home, if they feel that it's wrong and that they're being discriminated against, that we're there to advocate on their behalf.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Now on to item number 3. Proclamation for National Library Week. From April 7 to 13, whereas libraries offer the opportunity for everyone to connect with others, learn new skills, and pursue their passions no matter where they live or where they are on life's journey. Whereas libraries have long served as trusted institutions, striving to ensure equitable access to information and services for all members of the community, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. And whereas libraries adapt to the ever-changing needs of their communities, developing and expanding collections, programs, and services that are as diverse as the populations they serve. Whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive places that promote a sense of local connection, advancing understanding, civic engagement, and shared community goals. And whereas libraries play a pivotal role in economic development by providing resources and support for job seekers, entrepreneurs, and small businesses, thus contributing to the local prosperity and growth. And whereas libraries are an essential public good and fundamental institutions in the democratic societies, working to improve society, protect the right to education and literacy, and promote the free exchange of information and ideas for all. Whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers are joining library supporters and advocates across the nation to celebrate National Library Week. Now, therefore, I, Jocelyn C. Manalo, Mayor of the City of Daly City, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim April 7 to 13 as National Library Week in Daly City. During this week, I encourage all residents to visit their library and celebrate the adventures and opportunities they unlock for us every single day. Ready, set, library. And we'll I asked Director Susan Kemp from DCPLA to please come up, the St. Patrick's Day Luncheon co-chair.
Backup.
And all of everyone. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Take the picture. Jocelyn, that way? Which way? This way? I'm on the committee. Yes. Yes. Victoria. Oh, okay. Victoria. Victoria.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to say a few words? Okay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Council Member Proanyu, who happens to serve on the DCPLA board with us. Thank you so much for this recognition of Library Week and all your support for the libraries as well as DCPLA. For those of you who don't know about DCPLA, please visit our website. We have a lot of wonderful events. It's dcpla.org. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And on item number 4, we have DCPLA Fund a Need grant to the Daly City Public Library. And once again, welcome Director Susan Kemp.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Susan Kemp, and I'm a director of the DCPLA and a vice president with Tri-Counties Bank. The Fund the Need items are items requested by the library and guests at the 11th Annual St. Patrick's Day Luncheon held on March 14th at the Colma Community Center were invited to help fund them. The Fund the Need were STEM kits for $2,000, games and puzzles circulation for $4,000, mobile maker equipment for $5,000. This evening, we are proud to present a grant for $11,000, fully funding all of the library's Fund the Need items. A huge thank you to all the donors, sponsors, and members who contributed so generously to the DCPLA Board of Directors and other friends on the St. Patrick's Day Luncheon Committee for organizing and fundraising. and to our speakers and to our supporters. Special recognition and appreciation to our platinum sponsors who donated $2,500 each to the event. Classic Bowling Center, Duggan Sierra Mortuary, Kaiser Permanente, and NorCal Carpenters Union. Thank you to the Daly City Council for your support for the DCPLA and our Daly City Public Libraries. And welcome to the new City Council member, Teresa Proano, DCPLA Director and St. Patrick's Day Luncheon Committee member.
Thank you so much. I'll say it day in and day out. It's really wonderful for DCPLA for all your volunteerism and support for our libraries. I think you've seen DCPLA come to our meetings because that means that they have another opportunity to donate to our libraries. And I know that means so much for our community, so thank you. I'll now pass it over to Vice Mayor Das Magwal if he has any comments.
Again, thank you, DCPLA, for everything that you do. I think when we talk about what creates Daly City, it's its community, its organizations, and that's what you all do. Everything from the events that you all put on, highlighting youth with their poetry or raising funds. It's highlighting the cultural wealth of our community. And, you know, words don't do justice for the type of service that you all provide and the fundraising that you provide for a whole community. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, the Daly City Public Library, as we know, is like a spine. And I see Shayla over there, so I want to give recognition to her as well, because I know you guys work well together with, and she's our director, because the libraries and the extension, we're hoping that one day, as I know that the funding comes in, and there's so many great new things that are coming in, but we do need to, like you said, we need to focus on trying to get it open on Saturdays, because it is where people go. I think that it's unbelievable the things that are offered by libraries. It's like every event you can think of for all ages. Everything, one day it's the poetry, the next day it's some kind of other eating, what was it? Somebody eating pie with a poet? I don't know, it's so creative. Taste at Top of the Hill. I mean, there's everything that's going on that you guys do. They're so creative. And our librarians working together with DCPLA. And, you know, you can't say enough about that luncheon with the children and the bagpipes and the just everybody coming together. I think that camaraderie, it does bring the community together, and you can actually feel it. So much gratitude, humble gratitude. You guys work so humble and don't deserve you deserve more. But I mean, I know people out there, please, if you want to be, it's only, I think, $20 when Victoria was saying, join our library. It's an investment. It's an investment. Walk in the door. You'll be so surprised what you can learn, what you can meet other people. It's a social space. It's everything you can think of. But thank you very much, and very humbled, and thank you, Shayla. And I know that you guys make a great library family. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you very much. You know, I always give from my experience and what I've experienced from the library. And I keep telling myself I'm going to go out there and use your printer plotter so I could make something in plastic or something. But, you know, back in the day, you go to the library and you go to a branch, and that's your home branch. I happened to be in Burlingame one day with my granddaughter, and she checked out 15 books. She's 6. And her brother, who's 4, checked out 10. I looked at my daughter and said, they're going to read all those books? She says, I'll make them read it. And I got so excited that I went to another section with DVDs. And I'm old school. I'm looking for some old DVDs. But when I picked out the couple that I wanted to get, and being in Burlingame, I thought I couldn't get them. I don't know if folks know that anywhere in San Mateo County, you can go to any library And on top of that, I didn't have my library card. And you know what they said to me? No problem. So they took care of me. I love the library so much that I participated in, it's an event where I had to read to young children. But I decided you can talk to someone, but if you get them involved, that's where the learning occurs. So I read a Hawaiian story, and then after that, I gave each one of them a lei, and I had them dance to a Hawaiian song to which I taught them. And the satisfying experience, because, you know, children are so innocent. They're not really involved in the surroundings of the world. And that's what I love. And especially having grandkids, you know, you cherish those moments. So, and I know kids, 3 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old, their attention span. So kudos to all those in the libraries, and especially all the folks who come in and have programming for these young kids. That's a job. And I'm so appreciative. And kudos to our libraries, our staff, and DCPLA, because they keep giving the gift that keeps on coming. So thank you for everything that you do. Thank you, thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sylvester. Councilmember Perano.
You guys are amazing, right? Chella, come over here. Monica, Victoria, Trish, Kamika, Clayton. Who else is here from DCPLA? Just come real quick. Don't be embarrassed. Can the camera see you? Yeah, you can wave. It is so much, I try not to tell my husband how much fun I have. I go to a meeting, oh, it's very hard. Oh, these meetings. But in reality, it's working with the community. These ladies and this gentleman, we're missing a few. How many do we have 10 on our board? 10. And you know what? They all have a special part in their hearts for the libraries. And I love you guys. So I just want to say congratulations. Keep up the good work. And I agree. Who said, oh, $20? You too can be a member of DCPLA, right? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now moving on to the approval of item number 5, the regular meeting of March 11, 2024, and then the special meeting of April 1, 2024. And what we'll do is actually separate the two. A vote on the regular meeting of March 11, 2024. If there are no changes to the regular meeting of March 11, 2024, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve?
I have a first. Do I have a second?
Glenn Sylvester, second.
Okay, I have a first and second, and then this will just be a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you very much. Now moving on to the special meeting of April 1, 2024. I do have some changes. Madam City Clerk, if you could please take a note. On the following, where it says candidates were interviewed in the following order, determined by random drawing, I think you need to list all of the attendees on how we had listed it on the board, because that's how the drawing was made, and how it's presented here is how they were interviewed. But for full transparency to those watching in an audience, if you reflect back to the meeting that day, it was actually numerically in order on the screens. So for that, and then in the same manner, there needs to be a change here because it was not notated on how the nominations were done. And so I had nominated Manufo Liaga Anoy, and it's not notated here in the right order. You can go back to your, and I think that just needs to be reflected correctly. I know that you said that was a lot going on, but it was the second round, which I had asked Vice Mayor, if you recall, I had asked you if you had any nominations on the second round. You recall that?
Yeah, and then I was in the second round, and I nominated Tony. You know.
Okay, thank you very much.
You did
So,
Tony.
Yes.
Tony,
yeah,
So it went full
right.
round, and then I nominated Tony in the second round, and then we closed it.
let me close it because you had no other nominations. Council member had no other nominations. So I'd just like you to reflect what was in the meetings. If you could kindly correct that. Okay, thank you very much.
Through the mayor, I just want to note that I did not receive it in my packet, but I am taking it as your word that, because I know that what exactly occurred. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember G. Giovanni, if you pull up your iPad,
Well,
it's,
yeah, I can't
it's
see
actually.
that. It's okay.
Oh, okay. 'Cause
But you're right. That's the way it occurred. Correct. Thank
okay,
you.
I just want. Okay, so.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
We have that, City Clerk? Okay, thank you very much. So with those changes that were stated, do I have a motion to approve the minutes for April 1st?
So move.
I have a first. Do I have a second?
Glenn Sylvester, second.
Thank you very much. I have a first and second, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Now moving on. So a point of clarification, does there need to be any no recusal needed for the minutes? City Attorney?
Recusal? No.
Oh, okay. Just want to make sure. Thank you very much. Now moving on to our public appearances and oral communications. Thank you all for being here. Speakers are allowed to 2 minutes this evening, and the council cannot take any action on any matter raised under this item. And who I have first here is Bob Lockwood. Is he still here? He had wanted to speak on item number 1, but I just wanted to see if he was still here. Okay, he's no longer here, so this is, thank you. And then Mr. Brent Turner on item number 1. Okay. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Attorney, City Manager, and all the council members. I am a local civil rights attorney. I do some work on election issues, and just wanted to congratulate the new council member and all of you for your efforts toward truth, justice, and I was particularly moved with the swearing in and the oath to the Constitution. In these interesting times, I applaud all of you for your public service and just wanted to say congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have Nick Achapinti next.
Good evening, Council. Tonight I'm here to make a public comment in favor for a ceasefire resolution to stop the violence in Gaza and West Bank. And I want to start with some news from the United Nations. This is as of 2 weeks ago. The UN Security Council then on Monday passed a resolution demanding an immediate ceasefire for the month of Ramadan, the immediate and unconditional release of hostages, and the urgent need to expand the flow of aid into Gaza. There were 14 votes in favor, with the United States abstaining. In addition, I would like to read the remaining comment from a student of mine who wanted to share this. With Ramadan here, more people will die due to the fighting, starvation, and other matters. There should be no reason that the people of Palestine can't celebrate Ramadan with the other Muslims in the world. There's no reason for a war to even continue in such time. Continue to boycott, continue to donate. Not only do we need to ceasefire, but we must allow Muslims to have iftar in tranquility. And that I'm already tired. Imagine how they feel. I want that to sit very heavily with each and every one of you. No congressional representative in our district has taken a stance. There are other officials, including Nancy Pelosi, who have begun to take a different stance. It is a little bit late, but never too late to take a stance. And as the first city in San Mateo County to be able to agendize this, I hope between this city and in any other city in our county to be able to have the integrity, the fortitude, and the courage, conviction to take a stance in the middle of a genocide at this time. This matters before the United Nations, the United States, and every single jurisdiction in our country. We are an international city. We started out as a refuge, and we should intend to defend that and all of our citizens globally. Please take action immediately and agendize this as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy Shami? Jimmy Samie? Shamia. Jimmy Shamia. Please come up.
Good evening, Council. Congratulations, Councilwoman Teresa Perano. As a Christian Palestinian, it is imperative to highlight the sacred right of our community to worship freely and without fear of violence or death. Our religious practices, deeply ingrained in our identity and culture, are integral to our spiritual well-being and collective resilience. Yet, the current situation in Gaza paints a harrowing picture, with churches reduced to rubble by relentless bombings, robbing us of the sanctuaries where we seek solace and communion during holy occasions like Easter. Our inability to observe Easter safely underscores the grave challenges we face. Our cherished traditions and gatherings are disrupted by the constant threat of harm. This plight extends beyond our Christian brethren, as our Muslim compatriots also endure similar hardships, unable to partake in the joyous festivities of Eid al-Fitr, amidst the chaos and destruction wrought on by ongoing conflict. In the face of such adversity, we urgently implore for a ceasefire to bring an end to this relentless assault on our communities. The cessation of hostilities is not merely a matter of political expedience, but a moral imperative to safeguard the basic rights of Palestinians of all faiths to worship, celebrate, and live in dignity. Let us come together in solidarity, transcending religious differences, to demand an immediate halt to the Israeli onslaught and to pave the way for a just and lasting peace for all inhabitants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reno Anoy.
Good evening, Council. I'd like to begin by saying I believe that genuine support and movement toward real diversity, equity, and inclusion is imperative for our city's growth and well-being. With that being said, I'd like to speak to the diversity I've seen as a youth and now young adult growing up here in Daly City. Just like every other place in the world, by nature, there will be majority and minorities. Here in Daly City, I, a Pacific Islander, stick out like a sore thumb. And to a similar degree, I was able to connect with a childhood friend of mine who was Palestinian. We were the only two in our classes who had no classmates that looked like us. The other similarity in our lives today is that we come from lands and oceans that have been bombed by the funding of our nation. Two Daly City kids are now connected by understanding what it feels like for our people to be displaced. So I stand before you tonight with my eyes fixed on the future of what could be here for us in Daly City. Again, echoing my opening statement that our well-being is contingent upon real support for DEI. But what's that look like? It looks like standing with the people of our city whose cry for support to be seen and heard
We do that by demanding a ceasefire. We need a public servant answer to this and a community leader solution to this. So I'm hoping that council members that we're counting on to make these tough decisions could come together to draft a ceasefire so that me and my Palestinian friend can give our children a new future. Instead of it being connected by homelands that were bombed by the US funding, it could now be residing in a city whose council stood with us and demanded a ceasefire. And when you leave here tonight and return to the safety of your homes with your families and children, hug them and think of the thousands upon thousands upon thousands of Palestinians who can't hug their children tonight. And after that thought that we have the luxury to think of, I hope that you can start drafting a ceasefire resolution for Daly City. Thank you.
Nicole Hahn, thank you.
Good evening. Congratulations again, Teresa. Welcome to the dais. I'm a mental health professional serving Daly City in the Greater Peninsula. I'm here asking to prioritize adding a ceasefire resolution to the agenda. I have clients being impacted directly by this, residents that have no acknowledgement for their pain and their suffering. Over 33,000 dead with no accountability for their killers. Rejecting wanting to save lives means one has totally lost their humanity, and I want to be far away from them as possible, and that is what's divisive. As a city, we have the opportunity to set an example by refusing to remain silent while our country faces moral decay and collapse. I refuse to be complicit in that. This community is deeply affected as hundreds of our residents are connected to the onslaught occurring. In this revolutionary time, there's no normal, no excuse for old rules to govern the atrocities we witness. We are demanding that our elected officials stand with humanity. Calling for a ceasefire is a declaration of solidarity with humanity and your residents. And we will not give up on speaking up for the anguish our bereaved residents are facing. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriella Maxman.
My name is Gabby Maxman, and I'm a 16-year resident of Daly City. Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to speak today. Teresa, I would personally like to congratulate you on behalf of the Jewish community in Daly City on your appointment. I don't know if you're aware, but Daly City is the home to the only Kiryat synagogue in the country. Kiryat Jews are a sect of Sephardic Jews native to Egypt. I trust in your role as City Councilwoman that you will lend your ear and listen to all sides of matters that impact Daly City residents and homeowners, the same way that Duggan serves all people of all denominations. I'm here specifically to ask the council to please stop giving a platform for anti-Semitic hate speech, which is being brought to cities all through this peninsula by the ceasefire resolution movement. There's currently a ceasefire proposal on the table, and talks are happening in Cairo between the terrorist organization Hamas and the government of Israel. During this time, both Hamas and Hezbollah are indiscriminately firing rockets into Israel, resulting in over 150,000 Israelis being displaced, including my family. I am personally affected by the war and lost a cousin on October 7th when she was murdered by the Hamas terrorists. I'm also personally affected by the rise of anti-Semitism being brought on us due to the normalization of anti-Semitic hate speech. Leaving my place of worship, having to deal with protesters outside my synagogue, needing to calm my children down as they cry for fear for their safety. And just recently, it was announced that a Daly City resident was arrested for anti-Semitic hate crimes. These resolutions have no place in city council meetings. Please leave international politics to Congress and those working to negotiate a ceasefire and the return of all 134 hostages and their bodies that are being held in Gaza.
Thank you. And Frank?
Good evening. Glenn, you gave a beautiful comment earlier about the purity and innocence of little kids. Well, I have some of my own. Their father is Israeli. I don't want my kids to grow up in an area where they can't be openly proud about their Israeli culture and family and Zionism. I'm here to ask you not to agendize a ceasefire resolution in Daly City. Encouraging this to continue at city council meetings is fueling hate, setting a grand stage for anti-Semitism, and leading to more divide. It is out of the scope and purview of your council. I'm not here to tell you how to feel about the war. I'm not here to tell you what you should believe in politically. So I wouldn't expect you to do the same of me or my community or anyone in Daly City. I can tell you about San Bruno, what's going on over there. Ever since the resolution came to city council, I have not felt safe there. It didn't pass, but the meeting was traumatic for my family and filled with hate, and it continues. I no longer go to our downtown strip, where many businesses still have ceasefire now signs in the window. I now have to literally look at business social media pages to see where I am welcome or not. Please don't bring this to Daly City. I enjoy taking my kids to dance classes without having to look over my shoulder here at Westlake. Please continue to stand united against hate and don't bring a divisive resolution to these chambers. Please end it. Thank you.
Thank you. John Cooper. John Cooper. Okay, calling on John Cooper for a last time. It says John Cooper, Cooper. Okay, we're going to move on to the next speaker, Glenn Mercado. Please come up.
Hi, I'm Glenn. I'm a first-generation immigrant, a long-standing union member of Local 2, a community organizer, and a local artist who grew up and still resides in Daly City after 36 years. Like anyone present in this room should, I'm here to advocate for our community, something you cannot genuinely do unless, 1, you are supporting taxpayers who wish to see their hard-earned money fund our social services. 2, you amplify the voices of those pushed to the margins of our community and with great urgency address their issues at the root. 3, you uphold and honor the legacy of those before who understood the necessity of challenging the status quo in order for justice to prevail. Supporting an immediate and permanent ceasefire is advocating for our community. The dots connect. I'm a labor organizer, but I shouldn't be. With the amount of wealth that we working class people produce for this country, there isn't a single legitimate excuse for the shortcomings we have in this society. We need support, not the genocide and humanitarian crisis that we are actively funding against the oppressed and occupied. Free Palestine, agendize and support a permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other speaker cards at this time, we will be.
There's a stop. He gave it to the.
What I have here.
No, we have at least 20 to 30 more. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, is it right there? Do you have it?
No, we have at least 20 to 30.
Okay, so, oh. Okay, we won't be closing public comment. Thank you very much. It's okay that we found the other speaker cards. So at this time, can we have Lena to please come up?
Good evening, City Council members, and congratulations, Teresa. I'm a lifelong resident of Daly City. I was born in Daly City, and I've attended Daly City public schools my entire life. Today, I'm here to urge you to vote yes to agendize a resolution calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. We are currently witnessing a devastating full-force genocide with over 39,000 Gazans killed, 14,000 of which are children. To put it into perspective for you on how horrific the genocide on Gaza is, since the last time I showed up here, over 200 Palestinians were murdered in what is now known as the Flour Massacre. Human beings trying to get flour to feed their starving families. That was their only crime. As you know, Daly City has a large multi-generational Palestinian community who has contributed to the city. Today, I'm here to ask you to listen to us, and I urge you to take action. We are simply asking you to advocate for humanity. Daly City wants a ceasefire. Please follow in the footsteps of other Bay Area cities like San Francisco, Oakland, Albany, and Richmond, who agendized and passed ceasefire resolutions. Please listen to your actual constituents who live in the city that you are elected to represent, and not outside agitators who are not from Daly City, but travel all the way here to incite hate and endanger our community. Also, I support the fee waiver for using the city facilities for Camp Unity. This will help support Daly City youth and students. Please agendize a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Netta, please come up.
Hello, I'm going to use my time today to read off some facts to demonstrate to you all how dire the situation in Gaza is. These are facts that everyone should know by now. We are 6 months into the Israeli bombing and slaughter on Gaza. According to Al Jazeera News, more than 33,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israel. This includes more than 14,000 children. This is a bombing campaign against children. 1 out of every 25 people in Gaza have been killed or injured. Additionally, over 100 journalists have been killed along with numerous aid workers. 70% of Gaza's population is starving. The Israeli government is deliberately restricting aid to civilians in Gaza. The UN has called this action out as a war crime. At least 27 children have already died from malnutrition, and there will be a famine in the north of Gaza by the month of May, where civilians are surviving on 245 calories per day. About 2 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip have been displaced from their homes. That is 85% of the population. Israel has bombed 70% of Gaza's housing. Over 200 religious and heritage sites have been destroyed or damaged, and only about 1/3 of Gaza's hospitals are partially functioning. This is a genocide. This needs to stop. Call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Agendize a ceasefire resolution. Your community has come week in and week out to ask you guys for this, and our families have been tremendously affected by what's happening in Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you. John Tuvo. John Tuvo, please come up.
Thank you. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you. I am John Albert Tuvo, oncology telemetry nurse, RN, 25 years at San Francisco Veterans Hospital, was a resident of Daly City for 22 years and currently own property here. All things start small and eventually get bigger if things are done right. Genocide, the highest form of evil, is happening with our aid, our tax dollar in Gaza right now against the Palestinian people. It's not first against Hamas. Thus, we need to start a movement to stop it. Let's start it here in Daly City. So far, 32,000 civilian casualties, 14,000 of which are children, are the result of this massacre, and the death toll is only increasing. Thus, we urge the City Council to take action now to create the condition to influence on top to stop funding this tragedy with a resolution for a ceasefire and also a release of hostages. Follow in the steps of other cities in the U.S. to prioritize this resolution so things flow up to the top. This resolution to start a ceasefire and release hostages is unifying in our community, not divisive. Divisiveness is what happens when one side is killing the other. And in this thing, it's been very one-sided, as most of the Palestinian people are getting massacred. Stop the killing of the Palestinians by the IDF only helps heal the wounds between these two cultures in our community. Unlike what some accuse, the tragedies inflicted by the IDF are not rooted on the attacks on October 7th, but are based on the forced removal of Palestinians, which started decades ago and has been aided by our government. West Bank Palestinian settlers have been illegally removed against their will by the Zionists way before October 7th. The massacre in Gaza is first against the Palestinian people. Otherwise, why are 80% of buildings in some cities being destroyed? Thank you, and have a great night.
Thank you. Rami, I.A.
Good evening. We are now at 6 months of genocide in Gaza. Half a year where our people have seen nothing but murder, destruction, and starvation. As I parked here this evening, my mom sent me a message and pictures showing broken glass and bullet holes in a living room. The IDF shot their bullets into my cousin's home while she and her baby boy were alone inside. That Israel can do this with impunity is unacceptable. That baby should not have to be this close to being murdered, nor should any child or civilian. These last few months have made it abundantly clear that it is the IDF who is a terrorist organization run by those who live for and profit off of genocide. This very room sang and bonded over the song, "You Are My Sunshine." In Gaza and in Palestine, how many mothers did Israel force to bury their sunshines over the last 6 months? How many children were plunged into darkness as their sunshines were butchered before their very eyes? If family and nature brings love and sunshine, then the IDF brings death and darkness. Council, to watch 33,000 people butchered and 2 million people displaced without using your voice makes you complicit, especially when you have a platform where it is your responsibility to represent your constituents. Please use that voice and platform or relinquish your seats to people who will represent the people. Palestine will be free and our people liberated. Where will you stand? Please agendize and pass a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Devante?
Good evening, City Council members. I'm a resident and public servant in Daly City. And I'm here to urge you to agendize a bilateral ceasefire resolution in Gaza, which includes unrestricted humanitarian aid and the release of hostages on both sides. At least 20,000 babies have been born within Gaza since October 7th, and thousands are continuously being murdered and suffering from starvation. The lack of nutrients during the first development years of life, this includes language comprehension delayed, cognitive development restricted due to severe lack of important nutrients. This also increases the risk of infections, chickenpox, parasites, to name a few. As the genocide continues, more and more lives are being taken by disease rather than bullets, bombs, or being buried under rubble. I bet you're wondering where are the hospitals in Gaza? Well, 30 out of 36 of them have been bombed. This leaves little to no resource to treat those who are fighting to stay alive. At least 1,000 children haven't had one or both legs amputated since October 7th. And agendizing a ceasefire resolution shows you stand with humanity and you stand with justice. The children in Gaza deserve to live and sing too. Thank you.
Thank you. Nuna? Oh, Nuha? And then after Nuha, Cam.
My name is Nuha. I'm a resident of Daly City. I'm here to urge you to agendize a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Daly City cannot stay silent in the face of genocide. The number of civilians killed in Gaza, as many have said previously, is 36,000, including 14 children. My family's from Gaza. I have family in Gaza. My mom's side lost 30 people in one day. My grandpa's house that has been in Gaza for decades is destroyed, and my family don't have food. So agendizing and eventually passing the ceasefire resolution will help me feel like I belong in Daly City. So I'm asking you to please agendize the resolution and then pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. On the second night of Ramadan, we came to you to ask for a ceasefire resolution. Tonight is the second to last night of Ramadan, and we've returned to ask you again for a ceasefire resolution. We want Daly City to acknowledge the pain our community is collectively experiencing. For over 180 days, we've sat in despair, begging our local leaders to just listen to us, to understand the gravity of the situation at hand. If I was sitting where you are and I heard my community was in pain about an ongoing genocide funded by our American tax dollars, I would do anything and everything in my power to stop it. As of yesterday, 15,370 children have been killed. Children, 15,370 and counting. I don't know what more I could say this evening to convince you, any of you, that killing 15,000 children is wrong, that it's despicable, that it needs to stop. As a parent, I am consumed with grief. I'm here again tonight to beg you to listen to your constituents. They want a ceasefire resolution, and this is only befitting of this city, Daly City. I urge you to bring forth a ceasefire resolution and pass it immediately. People argue that ceasefire resolutions have no place in city councils, that this isn't in your purview. The safety of all children is in your purview. 15,370 children are dead and counting. Enough. Enough. We can't ignore that this is happening anymore. Enough. Ceasefire now.
Thank you. Hiba, and then Fernando.
Good evening. My name is Hiba. I've lived in Daly City all 26 years of my life. I went to Westlake Elementary. I went to Fernando Rivera. I graduated from Westmore High School. I also have volunteered with system-impacted youth in this city for years. I am here in front of you again today, this time on the second to last day of Ramadan, asking you to agendize a ceasefire resolution instead of breaking fast with my family, because this is how important this is to me. I spent a majority of my Ramadan advocating for my people who are dying. Do you hear the exhaustion in my voice? The exhaustion I feel, the fatigue I feel, the trauma I have inherited from the last 6 months of my life is nothing compared to what people are experiencing in Gaza every day of their nightmare life. Every week that goes by that you are not talking about this in your personal spaces, every council meeting that passes in which you remain silent and don't agendize a resolution, the death toll of my people multiplies. The children who lose their limbs due to relentless bombing multiplies. The blood of my people multiplies, and that is blood on all of our hands. It is our moral obligation as people of conscience to stand up against injustice and oppression everywhere against any group of people. Why are Palestinians different? This needs to end now. It's only controversial if you don't value human life. Ceasefire means to cease this violence that nobody benefits from. For people who say that this is beyond the scope of our city, it is the people who actually live in your city that are demanding this of you, your constituents. Say that you value Palestinian life. Show us that you don't want to be bystanders during a genocide that has been going on for the past 6 months. Please listen to your community. We want to work with you. We are exhausted watching our people die through a screen and feeling hopeless. Give us a platform to do something. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Justin after Fernando.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Fernando. I am a Daly City resident and Recreations Commissioner. First, I want to begin by saying congratulations to Councilmember Teresa Parano for being appointed as our new council member, and thank you for going to the Recreations Resource Day and just engaging with the residents. I also want to thank the Vice Mayor, Dr. Rod, and Mayor Jocelyn for opening their offices and opening up their schedules to meet with the organizers prior to this meeting and just listening to our concerns and why we demand a ceasefire and the urgency of demanding a ceasefire. You've heard a lot of facts, just a lot of frustration from my fellow organizers, and I want to just be spiritual for a minute here and mention a Bible verse that's been in my mind ever since this genocide has been happening from Matthew 5:5 and Matthew 5:9. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. And blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. Right now, the meek of Gaza are dying. Their right for food and water are being swept away. Recently, volunteers from the World Food Kitchen were slaughtered for simply volunteering their time and their effort to feed the children of Gaza. A lot of Arab and Muslim residents here in Daly City have given up the majority of their Ramadan to call for a ceasefire because this is literal life and death. They are our peacemakers. And I hope that you can support their call for peace and for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Justin?
Hello, Council. Thank you for having me tonight, and congratulations, Teresa, for your seat on City Council. 170 days of genocide, 170 days of suffering. We are witnessing, unfortunately, a very common tragedy in human history, a very common tragedy in American history. This is not the first time our country has abetted a genocide, has funded a genocide, all the while praising its democratic values and its supposed commitment to human rights. This is not the first time that the people of this country have had to speak up, have had to revolt, have had to demand reform, because our country and many of those at the top simply do not care, no matter how much they tell you they do. There's much talk about the Civil Rights Act tonight, talk of the people who made this country a better place, who allowed all of us to live here. We must follow in that footstep. We must use every avenue that we can to ensure that the slaughter of an innocent group of people does not happen, or else this will go down like the Rwandan genocide, its anniversary, which was yesterday, like the genocide of the Rohingya Muslims, which is often unknown, the genocide of the Armenians, to which Hitler said, no one remembered. And so when I kill the Jews, no one will remember them either. I ask you, when the rubble falls and the dust clears in Gaza, will you have been responsible for saving even one more life, or will you have been complicit in watching all the corpses fall? Thank you.
Thank you. Jay?
Good evening, Council. Please agendize a ceasefire resolution. The Pope has already called for a ceasefire 3 times now, and just recently, Biden finally did. Congratulations, Councilwoman. I couldn't help but notice you swore an oath to the California and U.S. Constitution. Right now, the U.S. is directly violating the Leahy Act by supplying Israel arms and aid while it commits human rights violations against Palestinians. Not to mention all the international laws violated while Congress turns a blind eye to Israel's war crimes. As a Palestinian, I am Semitic by blood, unlike the 2 imposters we heard from earlier. Now, allow me to educate some of you here tonight. You are allowed to criticize and disagree with the political ideology known as Zionism and the pariah state of Israel. Neither is anti-Semitic. Don't fall for their BS email campaigns. Supporting a genocide is not anti-Semitic. Don't listen to their Zionist propaganda. The world has awakened. They're taking notes, and you should too. Zionism is just 1930s Nazism rebranded. Zionism is not only a cancer on the United States, but a cancer on the entire world. It amazes me how those Zionists drove to a city they don't even live in to advocate for the continued murder and starvation of innocent Palestinian women and children. What kind of person does that? Those people have lost their souls and any morality they ever had. It's disgusting. It's very simple. Either you stand with humanity and the sanctity of human life, or you don't. There's only one side to be on during a genocide. This issue is not complicated. Remember, the Zionists from the JCRC will falsely call us anti-Semites in their comments, but they'll never call us liars. That's because they know the truth. Free Palestine.
Thank you. Ari? Please come up.
Okay. Hello. My family and I have been residents and community members of Daly City for well over 30 years. My family came from the Middle East to escape oppression and in search of a better life, and they found it here in Daly City. Well over 36,000 people have been killed, including over 14,000 children. This isn't even including the unaccounted ones that are lost under rubble. Over 70,000 people have been injured. Homes, schools, mosques, churches have been targeted and demolished. These are entire communities that have been destroyed. I am here to urge you to agendize a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Daly City cannot stay silent in the face of a genocide. My family, friends, and myself are directly impacted. It is important for us to be seen, heard, and protected by our city. Daly City's voice matters. Our voices matter. My voice matters. We are begging to be heard, we are begging to be seen, and we are begging to be humanized. It's exhausting. It's truly exhausting to be seen and to be humanized by the world. We're looking to each of you, our elected officials, to stand with your constituents. We need an immediate ceasefire. Please, I urge you and I beg you to call for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Am?
That's right, I am. I am human and Palestinian at the same time. Quite frankly, I too am exhausted, endlessly trying to prove that being Palestinian does not make anyone less than human. I've been living in Daly City for the last 5.5 years. I'm a born and raised San Franciscan, a first-generation Palestinian American, and I'm here to ask you to agendize and ultimately pass a ceasefire resolution in Gaza. We saw this past week the world respond mournfully to the 7 food workers who deliberately were hunted and killed because they dared to feed Palestinian mouths. They dared to interrupt Israel's ruthless ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people and were executed as a result of that sentiment. And still, there is no out loud official public cry for the now over 30, maybe 40,000 martyred Palestinians and now 15,000 martyred children as a result of the last 182 days of genocide. Divest all funds to Israel. If it's not the city's concern, why pay for it? I remind you, the opposite of a ceasefire is open fire. This is a symbolic resolution to show that you are not in favor of blatant genocide. Agendize, then vote in support of a ceasefire to, at the very least, publicly demonstrate your own humility and humanity. Ceasefire now.
Thank you. Isaac?
Hello, Council. And my name is Isaac Goodman. I am a resident of San Francisco, grew up in West Portal, so not too far from Daly City. Come here several times, and many times. And I'm here to ask you to agendize and call for a permanent ceasefire. Now, I was taught to believe that Israel was a perfect state. In fact, I thought it represented all Jewish people. However, by the time I went there, they just wanted me to join the IOF, to serve in the IOF, and it really showed their true colors and agency of what it means to be Jewish. I disagree to their morals and values that are hypocritical of Judaism itself. And just to go on, Pam, I heard that you're interested in support of public safety and affordable housing, and if that's accurate, then how can you support Israel's apartheid state that allows settlers to continue to take the homes from Palestinians? What about the homes that have been bombed and the innocent lives lost? Do you care for them? And Glenn, I heard your interest in improving the police department of Daly City in the past. And I ask you, when does aggression or force become too much? When can you say enough? And I've attended rallies and protests, and I've heard little children chant, "Stop bombing children in Gaza." And those are words that no child should ever have to say. And also, I want to know how involved you all are, and I want to hear what you have to say. Sure, it's easy not to speak, but your silence is loud. It's easy to say that you don't want to take a side, but there's no neutrality when there's a genocide. And on top of that, I just realized I don't see how much time I have remaining. But I do want to point out that there is a distinction between Judaism and Israel. And what two people have presented tonight is absolutely not true. That Jewish people here in America are not forced to be tied to Israel. We can have our own voice. And with that, thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Key, please come up. Key.
Hello, I'd just like you guys to agendize a ceasefire.
Thank you. Stephanie?
Good evening, Council. Tonight, I'm calling on you to agendize and vote yes on an enduring ceasefire resolution in Gaza. I just want to be explicitly clear that this is a bilateral ceasefire calling for an end to all violence, a return of all hostages, and free flow of humanitarian aid. Violence only begets more violence. So how can we condone this continued violence and expect safety and peace for anyone? I'm sure by now you've all heard of the horror and carnage happening in Gaza, but tonight I wanted to uplift some of their voices and share some quotes and stories coming straight out of Gaza in hopes that it'll humanize the horror they're experiencing. Now, please be reminded while you're hearing this that it's just a few that you're hearing of tonight, but this is a sentiment shared by millions. I can't even feed myself properly to properly feed my child. He's losing more weight than he gains. I try to breastfeed my daughter. What she drinks is blood, not milk. I can't produce now due to malnourishment. Speaking about Khan Yunis, it smells like death. Since the first day when Israel declared the cutting of our water supply, we knew we would stop having water coming from the tap. It's happened many times before, but we never thought this would continue for 6 months. The occupation has made us live a primitive life, and it didn't happen gradually. We suddenly found ourselves living it in one day. I haven't only lost 6 months of my life, but an entire year of school. Students in West Bank are preparing for their exams while I'm here moving from one shelter to another. Life has stopped. The only ongoing thing here is death. We can't plan for our next day. How can I plan for my future, where I would study or what I want to major when I'm not even sure I'll survive? Thank you.
Thank you. Moody? Moody? No? No, okay. All right, moving on to Russ.
Hi, City Council. My name is Russ, and I'm a lifelong South City resident who grew up near the border with Daly City. I got my driver's license just over there, so I'm local. I'm here to amplify the voices of your constituents who want to see a ceasefire resolution for Gaza. The vehement Islamophobia and dehumanization of Palestinians in the media and our local community is appalling. I just want to say your constituents are simply asking you to take a stand with humanity. As someone whose grandparents immigrated here during the Chinese Exclusion Act era, during the Japanese occupation of China, I ask you, what would you have done? What would you have done when the worst atrocities in history were committed? What we saw as apolitical was considered political during its time. What would you have done during slavery, during the Holocaust, during the slaughtering of civilians in the Vietnam War? What you are doing now during this genocide in Gaza, funded by our tax dollars, will be exactly what you would have done during our ancestors' lifetimes. How dehumanize our people of color abroad for you to do nothing? Your constituents are asking you to call for an end to a genocide. What is divisive about that? The only thing divisive are folks from outside of this community coming to tell you that this is not your place to speak out against a genocide funded by our tax dollars, affecting your constituents. You need to listen to your constituents, all the ones remaining here. These are your constituents. Listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Cesar Rodriguez?
Good evening. I grew up in the top of the hill, Woodrow Wilson Wildcat, graduate, student of Steve Waters. I'm asking you to agendize a ceasefire resolution. 6 months of genocide, and the IOF has not freed any hostages. In fact, they've actually killed hostages that have been waving a white flag. They have not captured any resistance fighters. They're now pulling their tanks out and personnel and continuing with airstrikes that have been devastating the civilian population and infrastructure in Gaza. Israel has accomplished what a 15 panel of judges with the International Court of Justice determined to be a plausible case of genocide, and I'm convinced that it will be found to be a case of genocide. And the conditions that children face in Gaza indicate that this is a time for selfless compassion and courage. Half of Gaza's population are children. 1 out of 2 people are children. And they're bearing the brunt of Israel's warfare and blockade against Gaza. 15,000 kids have been killed since October 7th, and those that have survived are living something inconceivable beyond the imagination of Dante. Women are giving birth, including C-section via C-section, without any pain medication, let alone sharp or sterile equipment. Women are increasingly giving birth to premature and underweight babies. Due to the lack of available calories, mothers cannot breastfeed their children. Children are going days without eating or eating food unfit for human consumption, now grass. Parents and medical staff don't have the basic medical equipment to treat children with infections, or those that have lost limbs, or their eyes, or those that have life-changing burns. And if they survive an amputation, they're likely going to die because of an infection because there's no medication for them. And worst of all, some kids are waking up in hospitals with the label wounded child, no surviving family, because their entire families have been destroyed by the IOF. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for everyone who did public comment this evening. At this point, I think there are no more speaker cards at this time. And City Attorney, if you'd respond in regards to public comment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the public comment is now closed. I just want to go through the chair. I don't believe we did approve the agenda for formality.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. So prior to public appearances and oral communications for formality, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So move.
Okay, I have a first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you very much. We're now moving on to consent agenda at this time. And we are, if there's any consent agenda items that'll be pulled, please let us know now. Seeing none from my colleagues, there's no items being pulled at this time. Do we have a motion to approve consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
I will second that. And may we have roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Ms. Perano? Aye. Mr. Sylvester?
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. We are now moving on to item number 22, approve partnership with Camp Unity to host a 6-week summer camp program at the Bayshore Community Center and luau finale at the Pacelli Event Center. And we have Ms. Leilani Ramos.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Before you this evening is a request to approve a city partnership with Camp Unity to host a 6-week summer camp program at the Bayshore Community Center beginning Monday, June 10th through Friday, July 19th, 2024, as well as a luau finale at the Pacelli Event Center on Saturday, July 20th, and consider fee waivers and full cost recovery. By way of background, the Department of Recreation Services held its first 6-week summer youth recreation program camp at the Bayshore Community Center last year. SYRP served 31 youth ages 6 to 12 and charged $150 per week. The city received a request from Camp Unity, a nonprofit organization in Daly City, to partner on a 6-week summer camp program. The partnership would include use of the Bayshore Community Center first floor gym and classroom, partition walls, and shared use of the kitchen and outdoor space. Camp Unity serves an average of 170 youth ages 6 to 18 from Daly City and the Greater Bay Area and charges a $25 camp registration fee for the entire 6-week duration. The Camp Unity Summer Camp program offers a unique learning journey that provides a culmination of academic advancement through creative learning experiences, including performing arts, music appreciation, workshops, field trips, and opportunities for Pacific Islander cultural enrichment. The City Council may consider becoming an official event partner and waiving fees and other requirements for the rentals of the Bayshore Community Center from June 10th through July 19th and the Bocelli Event Center on July 20th. The total fee waiver request amount is $24,302 for the term of the rental and special luau finale. Camp Unity will be required to submit payment for the $1,400 refundable deposit for both centers, but the non-refundable insurance fees are waived as Camp Unity will add the City of Daly City as additional insured under their liability insurance certificate. As the city previously generated $13,200 in revenue for the SYRP program at the Bayshore Community Center site location, staff is recommending a full cost recovery fee plus cost of living adjustment in the amount of $13,728 for this partnership. Staff recommends that the City Council approve event partnership, fee waivers, and full cost recovery. By partnering with Camp Unity, Daly City residents and participants will have an opportunity to greatly benefit from the deeply discounted camp registration fee and diverse program offerings. Camp Unity has expressed its commitment to prioritize Daly City registrations, especially the 31 youth who participated in the SYRP at the Bayshore Community Center last summer. And staff is available if the mayor and council have any questions.
Thank you so much, Leilani, for that presentation in regards to the 6-week summer camp. I think, first and foremost, it looks like this is when I reviewed the documentation that you provided, it looks like it's a partnership with the City of Daly City.
That's correct.
Not necessarily just hosting. It's not necessarily just a rental. Is that correct? Is when I'm reading it, it's not just renting the facility?
So the partnership will include use of the centers, partition walls, and shared use of the kitchen and outdoor space.
Okay.
So Camp Unity will provide all of the staffing to run the programs.
Yeah, I think I was able to attend the graduation last year, and I think last year they had utilized, was it the school district for their finale at Policita, right? If I recall, that was it. I think this is, just first and foremost, I think this is a program that is needed for our young people. And when I see the $25, that the cost for 6 weeks, I know that there's many families out there, working families, that look for opportunities for their children's enrichment during the summertime. So when I see that fee, it's definitely more of a community service-oriented program, first and foremost on that. But I think that's, is this the first time that there's this partnership with Camp Unity?
Yes, it would be the first if approved.
Okay, so it would be like an inaugural program with
That
the
is
city and Camp Unity and with the City of Daly City.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Okay, well, I think, as someone who grew up in Daly City, I think it's always important to have opportunities for our youth and young people, especially around being able to have cultural programming. And so I appreciate that. I think those are the only questions I have. I definitely see it as a positive thing in our community. I was able to see all of the youth that performed at the graduation. It really seemed like that space was overflowing. So I hope that the Pacelli gym is enough space, because I remember going into the TR Policita room and I knew that it was like overflowing. So I hope that when we use the Pacelli gym, that there's adequate space in that regard. I thought it was great that there was so many people, but I just knew, I was like, okay, I think they need a bigger space. So I can see why they're looking at Pacelli Gym as the finale. I just want to say, I'd love to hear from community members, but at this point, I'm a proponent for the 6-week summer camp, seeing that it's a partnership with community. And it's so important to have these type of cultural programmings, most especially with our youth. And so with that, I will now ask Vice Mayor if he has any questions.
I don't have any questions, but I'm in strong support for this program. I think program that reflects their culture, that's cultural relevant to their own experiences is powerful. We've seen it reflected in different studies that talk about ethnic studies or even type of culturally relevant education is life-changing. And I think this is a service that is an investment in our future. And why would we rob students, specifically Pacific Islander ancestry, from a life-changing program? So I have no questions.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you. Yeah, before there's any public comment, I do have a couple of questions in regards to, I see they're listed here, but don't we have a group in the Bay Shore with the Pacific? I thought that they had similar classes.
For our camp program?
Yeah, for Pacific Islanders. And I know that they tried using the Bay Shore Community Center and were told they could not use it at one point.
I'm not aware of that situation, Councilmember.
Maybe Denise, would you happen to know?
Prior to the Boys and Girls Club going away on June 30th last year,
Okay.
we were still in partnership. And so all of the programming there was run by the club, and we were there sidebar. That conversation was had with the city manager prior, and because the club had sole responsibility of that facility, that's the reason why none of it came to fruition. But going forward, we're doing many partnerships with many organizations.
True, but I know that they pay Lawson Hall, so we don't give them and then for me, the big thing is, it's not like you're looking at it for the thing, but what you understand, and this is not a reflection of the group or any group, but it's just the first time we've ever waived $22,000, which is a lot of taxpayer money. What other groups do we have in the city based on equity? Do we waive that much money that maybe our soccer fields or other things, do we waive their fees as well? Completely like this?
This is the first request we are getting for a 6-week camp program. We are costing it out for transparency, and we are requesting full cost recovery of what the city received in revenue last year, plus a 4% COLA.
Yeah, for that. But I do see here it would be $22,405. That's a big waive. It's not like an event. When we have other people come and we partner, and if it's an event, which, I didn't get a chance to read it even the last time. And again, it's not a reflection of them. And then what is it going to do to the other group that we have renting Lawson Hall, which I know that they have classes that are similar with Miss Reina Mafua. So how does that work in that area, and why is it the Bayshore Community Center that is wanted, which is so close to theirs?
Through the chair.
Okay. I need some clarification on they and the group. Who can you provide that clarification Councilmember DiGiovanni, because you keep saying they. as a
The
group.
Pacific Islands together, they
Okay,
rent
okay.
Lawson Hall, and they pay to rent it.
I think for
And
transparency.
there's no waiver for them, and they are doing the same type of, similar to the programming. And they're not getting $22,000 of, I'm just looking from an equity point. They're not getting $22,000 waived by the city.
So.
Nor or other groups that rent our soccer field or what have you. What does that say to them, everyone else that has to pay in our city from an equity point? Doesn't mean, if we had the money, a lot of money in our city, but the programming's in recreation, I know you said about the cost recovery, and then taking away a space that could be rented to get money, that's my concern. Because they pay at Lawson Hall, they don't get a free ride from the city for their classes. So that's all I'm saying for equity. That's all I have for now until we hear public comment, because that's almost $24,000 that we're asking to waive. And I don't think we've ever had $24,000 waived in our city to anybody. That's my thing. Now, if it was an event or whatever, that's how I see it. But to have a ongoing thing to where it's a camp, that could be, I want to know what do we tell the people with the soccer? What do we tell the basketball people? What do we tell the other people that are renting out our facilities? Are we just going to tell them it's, it's all going to be, oh, if you partner with the city, then we're not going to charge you. Just come and we're going to start waiving fees for everybody? That's my concern. But I'll leave that for now until after public comment. And also the fact that the Pacific Islanders do rent the Lawson Hall. Okay, thank you for the same thing. I'll leave the rest of it after public comment.
Okay, so Councilmember DiGiovanni, you're done with your comments or your question?
Until after public comment.
Okay.
Thank you. But I do have something to say after. Thank you.
City Manager.
Through the chair.
Did you want to respond to any of the comments?
I just want to point out that we've been working with Camp Unity, that is a nonprofit, for about close to a year on getting it scheduled. I'd also like to say that Pacific Islands Together is also a nonprofit, receiving a nonprofit rate for Lawson Hall. So going into the value of how much, I think for transparency with this partnership, we put that amount up there. If we took every partnership that we put together with nonprofit groups, we would be showing you some numbers that might be similar. So, I mean, if that's something that the city in the future would like us to not engage the nonprofits in, then we'd need to get council direction on that. But I think we pointed everything out for transparency so that the council and the public know exactly what we're doing. As far as Lawson Hall, I think $40 a month for the gym space is very fair. So I think this 6-week program that we put together is something that I think is fair for the public and those that participate, and that the city's not losing any revenue as compared to last year. So that's the end of my comment for the moment.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification in regards to what Councilmember DiGiovanni brought up in regards to, I think, Lawson Hall and another organization.
May I respond, Mayor?
Councilmember DiGiovanni, you have a question or a statement?
Yes.
A question or a statement?
Well, I'm not sure which way it's going to go, nor should it matter what I have to say, right? So.
Go ahead, Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Okay, well, we all know that we love our Pacific Islander community as well as those here. So what I want to entertain and tell the council, and it's nothing personal, but we do have to also keep in mind that at this time that we need to make sure that the other people that are already there are being respected. I'm not sure if Ms. Reyna is aware of this and it emulates the same programs, or if she's been talked to or reached out to, because we are a community. Secondly, I wanted to let people know that this is nothing against Ms. Anawahi at all, because, we did see, which she has a right to do, she's going to, and Reno knows, it's not a secret, that his mom is running for city council. She has announced it publicly, and she has her signs up. And this is actually to help her as well. I could be a conflict of interest, that she is a candidate for the city council, and then she's going to have her nonprofit who's going to rent for us, and we are in the middle of campaign season. What optics is that to the people in our city, that we are renting a candidate's nonprofit during campaign time? I know it's very uncomfortable for everyone, but I think it's great that, the signs are up, and he knows that how I am. So it actually saves not to put Miss Manufo and Hawaii in a light, probably something she probably didn't even think about, because I know she is passionate and she's going to run, which is what she said, and that she's committed to run. Her signs are up, and the city's going to enter a contract with a candidate for city council. So I'll leave that there for now, and I'll speak after public comment. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember DiGiovanni, was that a question that you're posing to our city attorney at this point? I'm just trying to understand, because right now what's at hand is actually a nonprofit, Camp Unity, that is trying to do a 6-week summer program. I'm
With all due respect, I'm very clear on where I'm going with this, because the city itself, and I don't never want Miss Anawahi to even be put into a bad light either, because that's something that community really tries to stay away from, for sure. And that's really the optics. So I'll just leave it there for now, and I'm very clear about that and what is already over there in the Bayshore community. Thank you. And I'll leave it till after the public.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember DiGiovanni. I have more speaker cards here. Thank you very much. Reno Anuai.
Point of order.
Okay.
I
Councilmember
thought we were
Sylvester.
in comment session from the council before we open it up to public.
Oh.
I've heard one
Well, I
council member.
apologize,
I
Councilmember
heard one
Sylvester.
council
Councilmember
member
Sylvester,
make a
one
comment,
moment,
so
sir.
I'm calling point
Oh,
of
I'm so
order.
sorry,
Please do
Councilmember
not
Sylvester.
interrupt me until I'm done.
I'm telling
Okay?
you,
So,
may I
point of
apologize to
order,
you?
and I
Councilmember
would like to make
Sylvester.
a comment whenever you're ready.
Sir, I'm
Thank
just
you.
telling you, if you can, please, I said I apologize.
Thank you.
You didn't have to,
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much. I have a few questions before I make a final comment. You indicated in your staff report that this is a 501c3 organization, and I also heard from the city manager that they are a 501c3. Do you have a 501c3 number?
I do not have that at the moment. We do have Camp Unity members here.
Okay. My next question, where have the prior locations been where the camp has held their 6-week program?
I believe for last summer it was George Washington Elementary.
I think it was here. We'll see.
Westlake.
It was a school in Jefferson Elementary School District.
And it was Westlake Elementary.
You're correct. Thank you. So last year it was at Westlake. Do we know, does this happen on an annual basis?
If I may call up Reno Anawai to answer those questions, I do not have the specifics on the
Okay.
past programming.
Okay, thank you. It's the applicant.
Or if Reno has stepped away, if any of the representatives from Camp Unity.
May we have a representative from Camp Unity, please? Thank you so much.
Sorry, I was getting food for everybody.
Ah.
The pizza's here if y'all are hungry. What was the question?
The question is, it's my understanding that last year it was at a school in Westlake for the summer program. Where else have Camp Unity held the program?
Yes, thank you for the question. We've held Camp Unity at Westlake Elementary, Garden Village Elementary School. I think there's, sorry, I'm trying to catch my breath, but we've held it at a variety of schools. And when we couldn't afford the local Daly City, we've exercised partnerships with College of San Mateo. They waived fees, and we've had it at College of San Mateo before as a partnership. But we know that a lot of the families that we serve here are from Daly City, which is why we came back to have it at Westlake last year. And the majority of the students that come to our programs aren't just Pacific Islander students. We serve all ethnic backgrounds from actually every school in Daly City and every school in Jefferson Elementary and JUHSD except Oceania and our sister cities, SSFUSD and San Bruno. Every school has families in our program.
Okay, so confirming, so you've held it at the Westlake School, Garden Village, and the
MP
College
Brown.
of San Mateo.
And MP Brown as well.
MP Brown. Thank you. Are you familiar, do you have a 501c3 tax ID number?
Yes, we do have a 501c3 tax ID number under our nonprofit Pacific Islander Community Partnership. Camp Unity is a program housed under that nonprofit.
Okay, so it's housed under it.
Yes.
Okay, see, I don't see that in the staff report, and if we can get that, that would be great.
Absolutely.
During the previous years, Garden Village, College of San Mateo, MP Brown, were there fees involved?
Yes, except for College of San Mateo, that was a partnership with the Pacific Islander Learning Community there. But there were fees involved from our inception in Daly City, which was MP Brown, Garden Village, and Westlake last year. We did pay fees, yes.
Okay, so how much was the fees, if I may ask?
Also, we had it at Ben Franklin, sorry.
Franklin.
Last summer, we paid $30,000. That was including, or not including the insurance fees.
Gotcha. So that's what the organization put out, but how much fees was charged to the participants?
$25 per kid.
Wow, looks like a loss to me. All right. Has there been any collaboration with the other group located in the Bay Shore, Pacific Islanders Together? Collaboration to meet, and because I looked at the curriculum and it talks a lot about the Polynesian culture, which I think is a great curriculum, but I do know we have a Polynesian group
Yes.
out in the Bay Shore, and I'm looking for collaboration. Has that happened?
Thank you for that question. Speaking specifically to our program, we offer youth development programming. And I don't want to speak on another organization because I feel like tonight we're here for Camp Unity. However, in terms of collaboration, we do not offer the same programs. They don't do youth development programming. But we have collaborated in separate community initiatives, but specifically to youth development and free youth development around Pacific Islander culture, we're the only ones in the state that offer that free programming.
Okay, thank you. I see in the staff report, it indicates 31 youth who participated in the SYRP at the Bay Shore Community Center last summer. How much was it, and that was at $150 for the whole program, or $150 a week? per week, so that comes out to $4,650, and that's times 6.
So that was, oh, wow, I'm pretty loud. So that was for 31 participants, but they're duplicated you throughout the 6 weeks. So there were 88 total participants in the program. So that means Denise went 3 times, Johnny went 4. So some of them were duplicated. So 88 total
Okay.
people in the program.
All right, which brings me to the next question. I got a figure on cost recovery. So if we continued with the 88, give or take, some goes 3 days, some goes 4 days, what's the estimated number of how much revenue would come in? I got a cost recovery number of $13,728. Would you say that that's the cost recovery, given the 88 youth?
Probably not cost recovery. It also depends on the staff that are at the location.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so using the facility, that's our facility, that's cost savings. But I don't necessarily think we would be at cost recovery, no.
So, do we have a performer from Camp Unity? Performer, like how much revenue has come in? Because I asked that question because as a nonprofit, that information should be available, because if this city is going to provide $24,302 in the waiver of fees, I'm having difficulty unless I see some sort of performer. Now, you gave one indication earlier that at one time, Camp Unity spent $30,000, but I have no idea what Camp Unity brought in. Now we're asking for fee waiver of $24,302. So obviously, there's going to be some revenue that comes in based upon what the participants are being charged. Now, $25 is an excellent price, and I actually multiplied that out, and I wrote it down somewhere here. That comes out, I think it was like $1,495, and with the fee waiver of $22,000.
Total for the 6 weeks, sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's actually $25 total per kid for the 6 weeks.
Wow. I'm just wondering, it's not sustainable, and I want to help, is what I'm saying. I'm not trying to bash the program, but, I really want to help, and that's why I'm asking these questions. So let me see, that was that. And this is the first time that Camp Unity has come to Daly City. So my question would be, if last year was at Westlake School, why can't we go back to Westlake School?
Honestly, council member, we wouldn't mind Westlake School. We were just looking to any space in Daly City that we can partner with.
Good one, good question. Good
That
answer.
fits our program.
That fits the program. All right. Thank you so much to staff and you, Mr. Anawai. I have my questions, and I'll reserve my final comment for later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Sylvester. Councilmember Perano.
So I'll be honest, I hadn't really heard about any of this prior to today. And so I'm just absorbing what the questions are and what people are asking. So always being able to do things with the children and with the youth, it's like number one, right? And I'm trying to listen to everybody's questions to then come to a question. If we're already doing something in one area, Bayshore, right? Someone else wouldn't it be better to do it in a different space of Daly City so that it be in different areas, that's a question. And maybe, you know what I mean? So if you already have something in that area, maybe be in Westlake or be in a different space, that's a question, okay? I don't know if maybe the size is going to be a problem or parking or any of that. And so do you guys fundraise throughout the year? Normally, before this collaboration, were you fundraising throughout the year so you had enough funds to cover the $30,000?
Thank you for the question, council member. We do fundraise annually, throughout the year, as well as seeking donations from partners in the community. I also have our executive director who is in Washington, D.C. right now, who actually wants to answer that question on the phone, if that's okay. Go ahead, Mom.
Maybe you should put it on speaker.
Can you hear me okay?
Here.
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to respond on behalf of Camp Unity. I would like to thank the city manager and his team for working with us this past year and truly recognizing the benefit of this collaboration. For the past 14 years, we have stepped up to fill a gap of families who have been stressed out, who cannot afford to care for their children. Many summer programs throughout the entire state, and now I speak specifically to our city, charge a tremendous amount per child with a minimum rate of $236 for a program that does not provide breakfast, lunch, or a snack and is part day. Our parents, for the past 14 years, have been able to drop their children off at 7:30 and pick them up at 5:30 right here in Daly City. It is disheartening to hear the questioning, which has no level of integrity, coming from Pamela DeGiovanni. Please look at the kids first.
Right.
Look at the kids first. Mm-hmm. Do not politicize this process. Lack of transparency needs to be addressed. The request behind this is that all nonprofits bring forward what they pay and do to ensure that you all make an informed decision. We are the only Pacific Islander summer enrichment program in the entire state, and we were founded in 2011. I absolutely adore and love my cousin Reina Mefua, the founder and executive director of PIT, who has been at Lawson maybe a year or two. Camp Unity has been in Daly City for 14 years. So I just want to leave that on the table and speak the facts. Let's not create things that do not need to be on the table now. I am asking the city council members, the numbers are easy and they're not always equated to a dollar amount. Every single kid that has come from our program, even those that have been referred to us by Child Protective Services and Juvenile Justice, have never been referred back to the system, and we have that on record.
Right.
We have been recognized by the White House Initiative on Asian American, Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders because they come and visit our program. Sylvester, you have been to our program. Thank you, Mayor Manalo. Thank you, Vice Mayor. You have been to our program. Giovanni, you have been to our program. The proof is in the pudding. You want to know what we're about? Come see us. We are here to partner. The staff has said they served 31 kids. We serve 200. And they are of Daly City, of every ethnic group in the entire Bay Area. You can find them at Camp Unity. That's why we are called Camp Unity. We stand in solidarity to stand in the gap that has not been met by the city and many others. We want to partner. You guys should take pride that we want to stay in Daly City because we love Daly City. And if I have to give up running for this office for these kids, you better believe, Pamela DeGiovanni, the kids come first.
That's right.
Not the seat. Not the seat. So if that's what I have to do and be sacrificial lamb, I would never compromise the betterment of this city. The kids come first.
Right.
Know your priorities and know who you serve and know why you're sitting in that seat, or you don't need to be seated there.
Thank you very much. Do my council or colleagues have any other questions or comments at this time?
I'm sorry, you were talking with me about this, and
Yes.
thank you for the call, but it didn't answer my question. I was just curious, so what you're saying is that you've partnered throughout the years?
Yes, you're
Right?
asking for fundraising throughout the
Yeah,
year.
and
We
you do
do
fundraising, and then this is 6 weeks
in the summer.
and during the summer,
Yes.
6 weeks, where it sounds like you do breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you do all these events.
Yes, ma'am.
At the end, you do a party.
So we actually do a cultural recital.
Nice.
And this has actually been funded on the shoulders of our community. All the families, 236 participants, their families cook. When we told them that we got denied food services, they said, we're going to come to the kitchen at 7 a.m. We're going to cook at home. We're going to come feed our kids. So we garnered the support of homes in all these neighborhoods in Daly City, and they came and they fed our kids until the services provided lunch for us. And we still do that this last summer to stand in that gap.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Das-Magwal.
I think we're getting our terminologies confused. I think Councilmember Di Giovanni, I think what you're talking about is equality. We're talking equity, right? So when we're talking about equity, you look at history, right? It's like this. I'm going to put this in simple terms, right? So let's just say I have a class, right, of 30 kids, and 27 of them are allergic to apples. I give them all apples. Guess what happens? They all get allergic. When you talk about equity, you got to provide resources to the specific communities that need their help, right? I provided equality, but 27 of them are all allergic to apples. So I think we're getting kind of confused with the terminology between equality versus equity. And I'm done.
Thank you, Vice
Mayor.
Mayor, for that comment. Councilmember Di
Thank you.
Giovanni.
Yes, we are talking about equity, and another example is Imani Stewart with Daly City Stars, who also serves our people of color, who we all love. And Reno is not, and tell your mom has nothing to do with that, because everything happened so fast from even last week that I know that her passion is where it needs to be with the kids. There's no doubt about that. Is that, what do we say to Imani? What do we say to the other ones? And you know that you guys serve the same youth sometimes to try to keep them all straight and narrow. That's great. How big a space do you need?
Is that the question? Or
I mean, I think at this point, we're talking about the program.
Yeah, we are, but
I think, let me just summarize.
Point
You're
of order,
saying-
I am talking. Please.
At this
Please,
time, I
let me
think we're
finish.
using that, this time we're approving one program from a nonprofit for a 6-week camp. You are now introducing.
No, I'm talking about
something
equity
else.
and about, do we give?
I will allow the floor to you.
Please
and
do
then-
not interrupt me, point of order. You did that with Ms. Councilmember Sylvester, and you're not going to do that with me
I
as
was
well.
apologizing earlier because I went into public comment. I'm just clarifying because we're here in a discussion. I think we're going to go around in circles. And so go ahead, Councilmember Di Giovanni.
Well, no, because we all are one big community, and we all know each other.
We are a community council member, and thank you for reminding us
We
that.
are.
I just also want to point out, we're here for Camp Unity, and we're also members of STARS and PIT. We love everyone. I feel like we're kind of being pitted against each other, and I don't want that. We work together behind these chambers. We're outside on the real work, we're working together. But I also want to point out that I love Imani, he's my former coach. STARS is a profitable business. They pay. Those kids pay for the games, the uniforms. Our kids don't. So that's one thing. But back to the actual thing at hand. Thank you, Mayor Manalo. Camp Unity. How can I hope that answered your question. How big a space we need? We've been surviving on what we get. But if you want to ask us what we need, give us a whole school. We would love that.
Thank you so much, Reno. I do have just a couple clarifying points. You said 14 years in Daly City, but how many years was the program in Daly City, and then how many years was it in San Mateo? Because I know those were the 2 points that you mentioned. Just so that everyone's very clear on this. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for that. So this year, to clarify, we're actually entering our 14th year in Daly City. We did do 1 year in San Mateo, and then we also did 1 year in San Bruno, where we did 2 sites, one at Parkside and one at MP Brown.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then the other question I have is, I think you answered it around collaboration and working with others. I think what was mentioned here is there's another Pacific Islander community nonprofit, PIT, and I think that, obviously you said it's a youth development program, but if there's any way to collaborate, obviously they're already doing programming in the Bayshore. They're at Lawson Hall. So I think that was like some of the sentiments that I heard from my colleagues. But like I said, from the onset of this, I read the documentation and really what the end goal is, and it's really to support the youth and the kids. And like I said, when I did go to your recital, it was overwhelmingly clear that this program is needed. I said at the TR Policita, the room was filled, and I felt like you needed more space. And so the Pacelli gym, so I said, hopefully that's an opportunity where it's not so crowded. I honestly felt like it was like fire hazard-ish, but because of how many people there were, right? But that just shows the amount of community that needs this program. To me, I also want to mention that this is an opportunity with my colleagues here to join in partnership. This will be the first time with the city of Daly City that we're able to do this. And I think Vice Mayor said it clearly. There is a difference when you talk about equity, is in ensuring that there's opportunities for really having programs like this, that those that are most, if you look at the ethnic studies lens in that realm, you are the only program, I think you said, in the state. I would love to see where there's ways to collaborate. And I'm sure that, you as you mentioned, you're able to do so, since that you're all in the neighborhood together. Have you all collaborated with Pacific Islanders together in the past?
Yes, actually, Auntie Reina and the team, being that they had a food bank, they had dropped off food in the past for snacks and waters for our kids. And the reason why it was easy to collaborate is because I think there's kind of a blurred line of you guys thinking we offer the same thing. We don't offer the same thing. We, as a Pacific Islander community, understand how to stand in the gaps and respect each other's work. And that's what we've done and collaborated several times on that. Pacific Islanders together, water, snacks. Love you guys, family. Thank you. We do collaborate, and we look forward to expanding the collaboration, being inclusive of our city.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Through the
City
chair.
Manager, go ahead.
Yeah, please. When we first started working on the reservation, we understood that where they were last year, Westlake School, was unavailable at that time. So when we talk about where Jefferson Union Elementary was doing some rehabilitation on the site, so it wasn't available at the time. So just for the point about moving it to a different part of town, the site that they had last year was not available at the time when we began the reservation process.
We would love to do that everywhere.
Thank you very much. At this point, I'll now open the public comment for this item. May we have Neda up, please? Oh, that's it. Yeah, I think he's, yeah.
Hello. I support waiving the fees for Camp Unity to be held in Daly City. A 6-week program, about 300 children for $24,000 is not a high fee to be waived. That's like $80 per child for a 6-week experience. That's pretty amazing. And a $25 charge from families is also amazing. It also seems like there's a precedent to waive fees for other programs in Daly City, so why wouldn't this one qualify for a fee waiver as well? Also, I don't appreciate Councilmember Pam calling out a citizen of Daly City and his family. That's inappropriate and very harmful and creates unsafe spaces in our community. The fact that Reno's mother called into this meeting while she's in DC, it's like 1 a.m. in DC, by the way, shows how much she cares for this program and the children in this community. As James Baldwin, civil rights activist and author, said, the children are always ours, every single one of them, all over the globe. And I am beginning to suspect that whoever is incapable of recognizing this may be incapable of morality. Support Camp Unity and waive those fees.
Lena?
I'm here to express support for a city partnership with Camp Unity for the summer and waive all fees to make it accessible to all youth and students. Thank you, Reno, for expressing support and solidarity for a ceasefire resolution.
Thank you. Joanne Taulala?
Good evening, Mayor Manolo and the City Council members. Camp Unity is a 6-week summer youth development program that provides Polynesian culture enrichment. My name is Joanne Tawalo. I am 14 years old, and I am here as a reoccurring attendee of Camp Unity. I've attended this Camp Unity since 2018, and I love this program because of how much I am able to learn about my culture. The space that you can provide for us not only can house our program, but give kids like me a safe, affordable, viable, and nurturing space to be in during the summer. I speak on behalf of over 200 kids who attend Camp Unity with me. I cannot emphasize how important this space is for my community, I cannot emphasize how important this space is for our community who support Camp Unity. I know that your support can ensure safety and wellness for our youth of Daly City. Please consider our request. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Yvette Jessup?
Hola, buenas noches. I'm Latina. And I'm saying that because I'm not Pacific Islander, yet I support Camp Unity. I want Camp Unity to exist because my granddaughter attends Camp Unity. And you know what? She goes to a school where she doesn't have a lot of representation. So she's seen at Camp Unity. I had so much more to say, but Manufo pretty much summed it all up. And to politicize this situation is, quite frankly, as a taxpayer of Daly City and a lifelong resident, I'm offended. I'm deeply offended. So I kind of actually want an apology from you. Honestly, because you're not talking about equity. You're not, and you politicized the situation that had no room for that. This is a program for children, the development of children, for children to have pride in themselves and to be seen, especially children of color. So we're not showing equity. And as representatives of Daly City, you supporting this program is going to show every student at Camp Unity that you work for them and you're concerned about their future. So respectfully, I hope, I have a lot of passion myself, siendo latina. Quiero decir un poco de cosas que no lo puedo decir, pero lo quiero decir. I just ask that you support Camp Unity. Thank you.
Thank you. Grace Moavau Avua? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, and everyone here tonight. Thank you for this great opportunity to speak. It's truly an honor and a privilege in which I do not take lightly. My name is Grace Tutuila Moivau Au Au. I'm a proud, lifelong Daly City resident. I'm a young, mixed 18-year-old Caucasian and Samoan girl. I'm a Westmore High School alumni class of 23, turned staff member this past January. I'm here tonight to speak about a camp that altered the direction of my life. And the name of that camp is none other than Camp Unity. Unity is the perfect word to describe the way that camp made us all feel. United, empowered, safe, and loved. This camp has helped keep so many kids off the streets. When other young children were out experimenting in the summer with all these crazy drugs, we were being taught community in a safe place. We were being taught about the beautiful Polynesian culture and, of course, youth development. But let me make this clear. This camp is not just for young Polynesians, this camp is for everyone. This camp has helped build bridges between the different communities within our city, between the Polynesians, Hispanics, Caucasians, African Americans, Asians, and our Middle Eastern families, everyone. You name the ethnicity and culture, and they were there, and we were and still are to this day as brothers and sisters, despite the colors of our skin. This camp has taught countless children and adults alike the importance of culture, community, and most importantly, the importance of love and respect for everyone and anyone. This camp has been a safe haven for years for countless individuals, including myself, my 4 siblings, my friends, my cousins, my community. It would be, in my personal opinion, a disservice to not partner and support such a space that catered to this up-and-coming generation who now more than ever need camps like Camp Unity that will love them no matter what, that will not judge them because of the colors of their skins or their cultural backgrounds, and that will build them up so they know that they are called for greatness despite what the world may say. I stand on the shoulders of the founders, Liainga Anawai family, who have played a focal point in the person I am today. I am a fruit of their labor and their hard work. I am not ashamed to use my voice and speak for what I believe is right, even though I am young. They have taught me that my voice matters and it holds weight, and that what I have to say should be heard and respected. That's what Camp Unity has done for me and countless others. Thank you so much for your time, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. God bless you all.
Justin?
Hello. Hello, Council. I'm here to say that you should support Camp Unity and with funding its fee waivers. As a Chinese American, obviously I'm not Pacific Islander, but nonetheless, it's really important to have the correct kind of representation and the correct kind of community leaders who are willing to not only work with the people of their own community, but also take care of them and to show them a way where they can build a future together. It's clear tonight with all these public comments so far that Camp Unity is just that. It's not just representation, it's not just equity, it's not just equality. It is something real, it's tangible. It's giving Pacific Islanders who do not have a lot of representation a place where they can feel seen, where they feel that their culture is being prioritized and that it's being known. It's a shame that, this is the only Pacific Islander focused nonprofit, seems like summer care in the state. And I think Daly City should be honored to partner with them so that hopefully in the future they can help them expand and grow these services. Thank you.
Thank you. Talavo Amumave? And then you can help me with that.
Good evening, Council.
Thank you, Mayor, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you to the fellow council members. My name is Talavo Mavai, and I am a long community member of Daly City and also the Bay Area at large. I currently serve in my capacity as the president of the Pacific Islander Student Association at San Francisco State University. And we aim to create spaces where our youth and our community feel seen in spaces that they usually aren't. I want to especially thank you, City Manager, for your efforts in coordinating these and your willingness to work with us. Councilmember Di Giovanni, I am disappointed nonetheless, like everyone else. Your concern is misplaced in this. Pacific Islander Together is another fellow Pacific Islander community-based organization here in Daly City, but we can certainly coexist. Your questioning seems to pit us together, and that will not happen. The Pacific Islander community are strong, and we work collaboratively in every aspects of our life. Pivoting to Councilmember Sylvester, I thank you and I understand your very valid concern of sustainability. But whether this council approves a partnership with Daly City, we will continue doing the work. Despite the money, despite any loopholes we have to jump through or any challenges that we have to go through, our community has come together through the passion and the love that they have for the youth of this city and the Bay Area to provide and ensure that we're able to provide for our fellow youth. So once again, despite the decision this council comes to this evening, but once again, I hope and I urge each of you to approve this partnership because once again, the children come first. Thank you.
Thank you. Fernando Montanes.
Hello again, Council, Madam Mayor. I'm Fernando, and I want to speak as someone who is an advocate for the Recreations Department who caters to children and to the community members, and as a Philam youth who knows what it's like to be underrepresented and underserved. My PI brothers and sisters deserve this partnership and deserve every support that comes their way. To Councilmember Di Giovanni, I'm not surprised that you would politicize something that is non-political because supporting children should not be politicized. Never. And for you to just blatantly attack Ms. Monofo and her family and Reno, let me remind my community members that she did the exact same thing to my Filipino-American community when my people stood up and fundraised and organized against Asian hate crimes back in 2021, and she called that a conflict of interest. When our mayor back then, Ms. Jocelyn Manalo, and our vice mayor openly supported that because it was the right thing to do, instead, she made it divisive. And she's doing it again, and I will not let you do that to my PI brothers and sisters. This partnership is equity. This partnership is sustainable because we are supporting youth. We are supporting our future. $24,000 is pocket change compared to the amount of money we're putting on the police departments, on the drones that we are investing in. No amount of money should be debated. So I humbly ask the council to support this partnership, support my PI brothers and sisters, and support the youth. I yield back.
Thank you. Hiba?
It's me again. Hey. I'm commenting in support of the city partnership with Camp Unity for the summer and to waive all fees to make it accessible to all youth and students. Like I mentioned prior, I have worked with system-impacted youth for years. Having accessible programs like these are essential in not only creating equitable spaces for our youth, but programs like these are essential in disrupting the school-to-prison pipeline. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with it. I have personally seen youth who have came out of our high schools in Daly City inside of Juvenile Hall. I have worked with them because our community had failed them. This would be the first step in the right direction for dismantling this. Paying $24,000 for a 6-week summer program that would serve over 300 youth is the bare minimum in a city that just purchased 5 drones for surveilling our community. How much were the drones? This program is probably pocket change compared to that purchase. Also, Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni, please stop referring to this nonprofit as the Pacific Islanders and that community. It's giving microaggression. Your community wants this program. I also would highly suggest cultural competency training for this council. Yeah, I'm highly uncomfortable by some of the comments that made by Councilmember Pamela DiGiovanni. Additionally, I would highly suggest an ethics course, since some people may be confused about what applies as a conflict of interest in this setting. Thank you to the city manager for your compassion and your endless dedication to our community. We see it, trust me. I'd also like to thank Reno for expressing support and solidarity for a future ceasefire resolution, as well as the endless work he clearly puts into our community. Ceasefire now. Please fund the summer program for the youth in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Cam?
Good evening. Camp Unity is an amazing 6-week summer program that has enriched this community. The camp is devoted to making childcare accessible to all school-age children. As you know, the program is only $25 per child. That's amazing, honestly. The camp is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and the children are fed 3 meals a day while being exposed to the beauty and warmth of the Pacific Islander culture. Their parents can drop them off knowing their children will be cared for in a safe and inclusive environment. I'm a parent, and the average summer camp in the local area can cost up to $700 a month. Families should have access to affordable and accessible childcare throughout the summer months. I don't know many people who can afford spending a couple $100s a month per child. Daly City is a working-class town, and accessible childcare for the community should be at the forefront of this city's concerns. Fees like these hold organizations back from serving their communities effectively. Waiving the fees isn't a free ride. This is how we care for the children of this city and the public. I urge you this evening to support waiving the fees for the facilities that Camp Unity will be using. Lastly, Councilmember DiGiovanni, I'm deeply offended by the way that you address the Pacific Islander community tonight, and I kindly ask that you apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. Amani? Is it Amani?
That's fine.
Okay.
I don't do public speaking. I never have. This is my first time, so bear with me. My name is Zamani, and I support what Camp Unity needs. My best friend of 27 years is Tongan. I am not Pacific Islander, but I was always treated like I was family. For 27 years, I've seen that community to the Pacific Islanders means family, and that they treat anyone like family. You walk into their homes and you are greeted with so much love. You need something, they're there for you in an instant. I have been taught about the culture, and it's the most beautiful thing I've seen. The passion and love they have is admirable. They want a safe space for their children, a place where they can learn about their culture, a place where they can explore their culture, have fun, and be together. I've been a teacher for over 8 years. I've worked at summer camps, and they are outrageously expensive. I see people of color that are being treated so differently in these programs. They want a 6-week program where loved ones can feel welcome, safe, happy, and loved. This is children we're talking about. Thank you. Shame on you.
Music, Jessup.
Hi, my name is Music Jessup, and I go to Camp Unity, and I love it. I'm excited to attend it this summer. One thing I like about camp is that I'm learning about my culture. I do a lot of fun things there, and we all get along because we are a camp family. The teachers at Camp Unity are the kindest people I know. They make sure all of the students are having fun and take good care of us. We are safe and happy at Camp Unity. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Achapinti.
Good evening again. Just want to speak in support of this program, and as a former trustee of the Jefferson Union High School District, we encountered a similar issue where I was the vocal trustee in support of extending use of our facilities, which are public facilities. Our taxpayers pay for our tracks, football fields, and open facilities, so that the fact that they are fenced shouldn't be done. So as Manufo spoke to, and many other people in our community have spoken to, this is a program filling a gap, a need in our community. There are guidelines and procedures in which we can, like any other city in the Bay Area, anywhere in the state of California or any other state, support our nonprofits as partners. And there are procedures that even the city of Richmond has outlined. If there needs to be an update or consideration revising that, I would refer that to our Recreation Commission, of course, the City Council, and I would also add that we had a lot of people here speak earlier about the library. As a product of our local schools at the elementary, middle, and high school level, and a former teacher here in this district and a current teacher, I can tell you that the collaboration between our high school districts and our city is lacking. Nonprofits as an industry make up the gaps in public service and public policy that we need to integrate more and more. And the concern around fees, our cities are not businesses, although we do make money off things. However, when it comes to our youth, families, and our community, we should be prioritizing those needs because they are public service, first and foremost, and they should come first. And so when we're looking at our public libraries, I will point out that as amazing as it is that we have a nonprofit supporting our public libraries, there is no reason a city of our size in this county does not have libraries that are open 7 days a week. Our libraries are closed 2 days a week. We are the only city that does that. That's a shame. Our libraries need fully funded. We fight all the time with ballot initiatives to get our schools fully funded, but in the meantime, something like this, $24,000, is nominal compared to the benefit it provides our community and the example it leads, not just locally, but of course statewide and nationally. Please fund this project and others like it. Thank you.
Thank you. Russ?
Hello. I just want to say that I didn't know about Camp Unity before tonight, but it's clear as day that this organization is so meaningful to so many people here. Like their executive director said, Daly City should be honored to have such an organization which empowers and culturally enriches the Pacific Islander community. They should not have to come here to advocate for this partnership and for you to waive park fees would have no effect on your finances. Do any of you or other community orgs have to advocate like this? It's 10:40 on a Monday night. Why such the intense questioning? Why aren't you engaging with this organization in earnest with so many years of proven success? Is that the respect you give to an organization which has changed so many of your community members' lives? It's disrespectful and you guys need to apologize. Waive the park fees, engage earnestly in the partnership, and support your Daly City youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Reno?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I just want to first start off by thanking everyone that came to speak that I didn't even meet tonight. I think that's a true reflection of what community looks like. I love you guys. Thank you. Mayor Manalo, Vice Mayor, I just want to thank you guys as well. Starting off, I felt a lot of love and passion because you guys came to our program. So it seemed really easy before it got somewhere else. I also would like to remind everyone here tonight that questions are okay. I know I'm supposed to be talking about camp, but this is their job. I'd be worried if they weren't asking these thorough questions. So we also have to keep that in mind with love and respect. I see where you guys are coming from asking. Those questions are important. But I do urge you guys been there. I don't need to speak more about it. Everyone spoke about it. I do want to say one thing, though, lastly, because I would not be a good son if I let my mom be talked about without her being here. My mom has served for 30 years, first in San Francisco. 20 years ago, she founded actually 30 years ago, she founded her first youth program before even thinking about office. So I'd please urge you to be mindful of the words that come out of your mouth sometimes as a leader, because there's children here tonight. We're talking about youth programs. They look to you to find inspiration. And then when that's what you lead with, when you talk about programs and you politicize it, that's what they think is okay. So I urge us to turn it. We're on a good note. Let's leave in love. And I say that because I really do love you. I remember when we stood together. Let's look for that. And let's find our way back to that. It starts with partnering in spaces like this. So I hope that we can end tonight in solidarity for something that we all believe is right for our city, youth development. And this is a family space. I just want to say, we see old women in our community and old other ethnic groups that come and they are dancing with the kids. This is a full family space. So it's not just for the youth, it's for everybody. I love you guys. I appreciate the opportunity, and I look forward to working with you guys in the future.
Thank you very much. I said it from the onset, I think from the very beginning, that this program, it's going to be its inaugural partnership with the city of Daly City. But I have seen it firsthand, and Reno mentioned it, where this type of programming is so needed in our communities, especially around the cultural enrichment, and hearing from the youth and young people today that talked about having a safe space, being able to learn about their culture. And when I led earlier today, the $25 for the whole 6 weeks was already something that caught my eye off the bat. I mean, you are honestly trying to provide a service for working families, because during the summertime, it is extremely expensive, as mentioned earlier. And so I am in full support of this, as mentioned from the onset. I know that our city manager has worked over a year on this, and hearing from the community. And so I know we've had a long discussion on this, but that's where I'm at. And I will now ask for final comments from my colleagues, Vice Mayor Das Magwal, and then I'll go with Council.
Councilman Perano.
Yeah, when he's done, I have a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I too was a product of a Asian American Pacific Islander youth program in Riverside, California that was transformative. As a youth growing up, where I didn't see myself in the classroom, I didn't see myself in the content, I didn't see myself in teachers or leadership, it was through these youth programs that taught me my history, that showed me about the advocacy, and seeing myself as central characters in books, in poetry, in art. I wouldn't be sitting in the dais. I wouldn't be a professor in ethnic studies. I wouldn't even be an executive director for my own youth program that teaches ethnic studies. And I see the power in these type of programs. My kids are a product of a Filipino American youth program, and they stand out. You know why? It's because they see themselves in the center of dialogue. Like, if you hear my kids talk, they don't speak like other kids. They got an analysis of the world. And not just an analysis, but then this urge to act, that they are carrying the responsibilities of their ancestors. And when we talk about equity and programming and youth development, especially from Pacific Islander ancestry, that is lacking. That's equity. That's what we're trying to stand behind. And if we have $3,728 that is revenue and we could invest it, and hopefully this will be a long-term investment, that hopefully that we can leverage it, right? As a nonprofit director, that's what we do. Show and prove, then we leverage that, we get grants, you know? So
for me, I feel like this is a no-brainer. And Councilmember DiGiovanni, I definitely feel like we've been waiting for an apology from the Filipino-American community, and you did it again today. Sir. And out of love, like, you need to step up. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Praño.
So when I was growing up, we had a Hispanic, I don't want to say how many years ago, okay? But we had a Hispanic summer program that I attended. And it meant a lot to me. I don't think we paid anything in those days, right? Okay, I want to say, it wasn't in 1920s, okay, I promise, not that long ago. But it meant a lot because it gave us an opportunity to see our culture. And so it sounds almost the same type of program, which I think is wonderful. It's only 6 weeks. I would only say that I know that it sounds like both organizations in the Pacific Islander community, perhaps they kind of straddle it, 6 weeks with you and whatever program they have, it kind of goes right next to it so the kids can keep going, right? I don't know. Okay, I'm just asking because I'm really learning about this all the time right now. But I would say is I have fond memories of learning about my Hispanic and other Hispanic cultures at the summer program that I attended. And the only thing I would say is the most important in hearing it, and maybe I'm wrong, right, because I don't know, is that it sounds like it's for the kids. If people get to know me, they'll know that's my biggest part in my heart, is for the children, because they're our future. The only thing I would say is communication, right? So that this program and perhaps Reina's program kind of span a longer period of time during the summer, because 6 weeks is wonderful, but summer, how long is summer?
6 weeks.
How many weeks? 11. A lot. Somebody said 11.
Not enough time.
Yeah, but when it's a long time when you have kids. But it would be nice to see if you guys could maybe work together so that one program goes and then another program continues to kind of help the children. Okay, that's the only thing I would say. And I appreciate learning about the program tonight. I really, I was lacking in information. And the last thing is, it's my understanding on being other commissions and other boards that it's our job to ask the questions, okay? So sometimes if you hear a question and you take it personally, you can't, because our job is to ask those questions, even if it doesn't sound like something you want to hear, but we have to, because we don't ask that question, someone else is going to say, why didn't we ask it? So I appreciate everyone who came up, because I learned something about your program, and I'd love to see it being run. But also, if you wouldn't mind, Reno, come up a second. My question is, and I'm just hearing it, right? So PIT, right, has a program. So my question, no, they don't have a summer program?
No, sorry. I think that's kind of the confusion that I'm not sure where Councilmember DiGiovanni had alluded to that, but they actually never had a youth program. So we are clear of, they don't have a youth summer program, and that's not a statement to be used to pit us against each other. That's just facts.
Okay.
So in terms of us trying to figure out a schedule in the summer, once again, we're the only ones that have a youth program. And they don't have another program in the summer either that I'm aware of, but I can call them because that's my family.
Right, of course. And so when does your programs, when would it start? It would be May what?
June 10th to July 21st.
I'm sorry, June what?
June 10th.
Okay.
To July 19th. We usually do the second week of June to the 3rd of July.
And it's perhaps, and I don't know this, okay, I'm just hearing everything.
No worries.
It could be that someone's, maybe they're thinking about it. And so I would just ask that you guys communicate in case they're thinking about doing something, right? So that you guys could have a longer period of time to help the children.
Yes, I appreciate that. We do have a constant communication with them. That's why I'm kind of caught off guard that is something that's going on.
I don't know. I'm just hearing different things. Regardless,
Okay, yeah.
it sounds to me like any kind of program to help the children is important.
Yes.
That the staff of Daly City worked with you for 1 year? Is that what I heard? You guys been working together, trying to do this for 1 year? Is that what I heard? So I'm just saying it would be nice if there is something for you guys to possibly have a longer, like you have 6
Yeah.
weeks and that's all I'm saying.
We would like, if there's an opportunity on the table to make it a longer, 6 weeks was kind of just what we could afford.
Oh, no, I'm not spending the city's money.
No, but I'm just saying.
No,
I'm
I just meant like,
these,
if
further
if your program's 6 weeks and there's a possibility that PIT is perhaps thinking about it, would be nice so that you guys would, 6 weeks, and they would do the other half of summer, because summer's about 11 weeks, that's all. I was just making a recommendation for you guys to communicate.
Okay.
Because
yes.
it sounds amazing.
Thank you for that. Yeah,
Yeah.
we will continue to
Yeah,
communicate with each other.
Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sylvester. Councilmember Sylvester, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Mr. Anawai, if you can come back up to the lectern, I'd appreciate it. So the first question is to the city manager. Is there any other place available at this time for the time period of June 10th through July 19th in the city?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to direct my first few comments towards you, Mr. Anawai. It's very difficult for you to stand there and answer the questions. You did an outstanding job, and I just wanted to let you know. Thank you, Mayor. Outstanding job. That only validates to me how well you know your program, the passion you have for the program. I tend to be a tactical technician in the sense of crossing all the T's and dotting the I's. Basically, my questions was to protect you. And when you said, and I made a note, asking questions is okay. Because when folks ask questions, it makes you be up on your game. And you were up on your game. Did you first notice that I asked the city manager, is there any other place?
Yes, and I knew that because I heard you, yes.
Exactly. And why did I ask that question? Because in your statement, we will go anywhere where there's space. So I wanted to confirm that as well.
Adequate space.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, adequate space. You also, somebody said, and I heard the word, I don't know if it was you who said it or one of my council members, but you mentioned the word coexist. And that's the whole idea behind this, is to coexist with one another. We are not here to make folks move apart, but basically to put those questions out there. Wow, yeah, right, yeah, but you answered them. And that's what impressed me the most. Councilmember Perano said additional C's, communication. I've got it written down here 6 times. And matter of fact, I used that word, collaboration. And you answered that also. Have you collaborated with another group? And you say, oh, yeah. We collaborated with them because there was a point where we all got together and to provide food. I got that down here too. So, my feeling is, even though we are in a structural deficit at this time, and that we will be having a budget meeting to include the master plan where we will have to up the fees. This is not sustainable, folks. But you know what? If we're going to do this, I would say $25 is very reasonable. I feel we should negotiate. If you folks put out 30 grand before,
That was a grant. The 30 grand wasn't from our organization, it was a grant. So also that's another thing we can
Measure K.
look for, Measure K.
oh, well, okay, great. Well, I'm
So
sure-
hopefully Measure K is coming out again.
Exactly. And you know, it makes no difference to me where the money comes from, but thank you for that clarification. I think the city is doing its job by saying for a unique program such as this, $24,000 is not bad. But what else can we do for our city? Department of Recreation, you folks got a budget. And why not allocate part of the budget so that every child in Daly City can go to this program? And they pay for it. I mean, I don't know how sustainable would that be, but it's a thought. You made mention 170 youths. 170 times. I mean, I got 8 grandkids.
They can come too.
Well, see, you're one step ahead of me. I like to drop them all there because they'll save money on babysitting. And plus they get fed?
Yeah.
Good food, too.
$4,250 for 170. Or we can say the cutoff would be 150. Anything above that, you folks pay for it. I think that's pretty reasonable, but it's just my thought. So basically, I'm going to end my comments. I feel that the program is very well. I'm crossing all the T's and dotting the I's. I'm asking you to do the same thing, but at the same time, always show respect and seek the blessing of folks who are already in the area as well. And it appears to me that that can be done. The collaboration is not lost. And that's all I'm saying. So thank you very much for being here this evening, for explaining the program, and I wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much, my comments.
Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Sylvester. Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you. Mr. Inawahi? I know, you have to come back. And you are right. And so to the people that don't know my background, I don't need to explain to you, but I've had a great relationship even with volunteering with the Pacific Islanders together for many, 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 many years. Many of you don't even know me. You can talk to Raina, Teresa Fa'apua, you can talk to Reno, and how much I came here to support programs when they didn't have a spot. I came here with them and Manu Fo'anawahi for public comment to find them a spot. Didn't I, Reno? I did, I came. So when I ask that question, I have to ask the questions that people in the community tell me to ask. And it's not meant on any other thing. They're just concerned about conflict of interest, and they are residents in this community, and they have a right to tell me to ask questions, to let everybody know. It's never easy being up here. But they have a right to know about conflict of interest, and they don't know all the details about this program either. So when you only see a snippet, that's all you get. That's all you get. Excuse me, I'm talking from the dais. When you feel I listen to you when your public comment through the mayor, please.
Thank you.
Can we have a little respect? I respected you when you gave your public comment. Please respect me. So I'm going to do what the residents want me to do. And what they asked me to ask is that I have to ask the hard questions. It's not anything personal, but they have a right to ask because they are the residents of this community. And I would never, ever do that. If it's anything, it's to protect the person. Because you guys don't know, you need to look up the fair FPPC rules. You need to look up fair political practice and find out what is it in campaign rules. And then you can see, and it actually is a lot to it that nobody knows. So that is what that is meant. It's never to hurt anyone. And for people to twist anything, I have been exonerated, totally exonerated. And any of these other comments, I don't want to hear it anymore from anyone anymore that's created. But Reno, so you know that I remember you get the $35,000 from the Measure K funds, but was that a while ago?
That was last summer.
That was last summer? Are you
Yes.
scheduled to get any more?
I actually feel like that's inappropriate to ask.
What?
To ask about our nonprofits' budgets and the grants that we are.
Not budget.
That Measure K has nothing to do. We didn't allocate it to Camp Unity. This is a Camp Unity discussion, and I feel like we've continually been off task. But to answer your question, because I'm here, if we get Measure K money, we will allocate it to programs that we are serving.
Yeah.
So that's the question you asked. Nobody knows about Measure K yet.
Yeah, but for anybody to indicate anything about the Pacific Islanders, you can ask Reina Mahavua.
And I also think it's also inappropriate for you to continue talking about another program while we're talking about
Well, only
one.
because I'm talking about location, Reno.
Yeah, but it's also inappropriate to speak about that because when you speak about location, you need to speak about. I'm sorry. With respectfully, we're talking about equity. We're talking about equity here. And while I'm talking about equity, I have to say it several times, are not offering the same services. So for you to say we can only support one PI organization in a location, did you say there's only one Filipino, one Black, one Asian
No, I did not.
organization in one location? It's not fair.
Let me clarify this. You did not have a conversation with the Pacific Islanders together and what their programs are.
What
That's
does
all
that
I'm
have
saying.
to do with Camp Unity tonight, Council Member? I just respectfully ask that we focus on what's on the agenda.
I am because the Pacific Islands together as well.
We are not Pacific Islands together, and I
know
refuse to
you're
speak
not,
on their
but
behalf.
your family.
That's also none of your business. I feel like this is getting.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I'm gonna have to
Sorry, Mayor.
step in. It's
Thank
not
you,
that
Mayor.
I have Councilmember Di Giovanni. What's at hand in the moment?
I know what's
is-
at hand, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just we're getting back onto
Thank you,
what the
Reno.
agenda item this evening, and we need to get on task, and which is with Camp Unity.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
We are approving Camp Unity. That is what's on hand, and I think that, there's a lot of extra dialogue about being exonerated, which I don't know what is that
'Cause it has
tied
to do
in
with
with Camp
fairness.
Unity. I just want to say that we need to stay on task. We've been on this item for quite some time. We have so many community members in this audience. I think that we've had all of our questions answered at this time. I gave ample amount of time to all of my colleagues to be able to speak and ask the questions. And so at this point, I am actually going to motion myself. I'm going to motion to approve partnership with Camp Unity to host a 6-week summer camp program. And I need a second at this point.
Second.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And so now we are moving into a roll call vote.
Ms. Di Giovanni,
I abstain.
Dr. Rod,
Yes.
Ms. Proaño,
Yes.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye. Thank you very much, everyone, for this. Thank you very much, everyone. We are now moving on to item number 23. Okay. Thank you. Moving on to item number 23, the rejection bids for Northern City Smart Corridor Expansion Project. And we have Director Richard Chu.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the City Council, good evening. Congratulations, Councilmember Perano. I have the next three items. This item is the rejection of bids for the Northern Cities Smart Corridor Expansion Project. Daly City has been working with CCAG in regards to the construction phase of the Smart Corridor project. On January 8th, 2024, the City Council authorized the city manager to execute the funding agreement with CCAG for the construction phase of the Smart Corridor project. On March 4th, 2024, the city did receive one bid for the project in the amount of $5,904,925. This bid is 59% higher than the engineer's estimate of $3,714,091.50. Based on evaluation of the bids and discussion with the designers, we all feel that the one bid is excessive, and the recommendation is to reject all bids, the one bid for this project. We will be working with the designer and CCAG staff to rebid the project or re-advertise it in an effort to obtain more favorable bids. There is no fiscal impact as a result of this action. The bid package will be evaluated and re-advertised at a future date. In summary, staff does recommend that the City Council reject all bids received on March 4th, 2024 for the Northern Cities Smart Corridor Expansion Project. That concludes my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you so much, Director Chu, for this. I have a couple of questions in regards to this item. I want to ask if this is the usual process in the rejection of bids. Have we done this before?
Yes, we have. Public agencies like us, we do have the ability to reject all bids if the bids come in too high. In this particular case, even with the change in market conditions, we do feel that the bid was excessive. There's never a guarantee that bids will be better the next time around, but we are working closely with the designers. They've compared the bid results with the project towards the end of last year, looking at prices. And again, some of these numbers was over 100% higher for particular line items. So the recommendation is to reject all bids, and that is something that we can do as a public agency.
Okay, thank you so much. You know, I have the privilege of sitting on CCAG, and so my question is, how does this impact timeline in regards to this project?
We have already been working with the designers to relook at the bid package itself. Some of it will be repackaged. So we do hope to advertise this as soon as possible once the contract documents are ready to go. But there will be some revisions being made to the contract documents in an effort to get better pricing.
Okay, thank you. And then how extensive was the outreach done for this particular project?
The outreach is typical to all of our public works projects in regards to advertising, posting on our website, also reaching out to builders exchanges. So the advertisement has been typical of all of our other public works type projects.
Thank you. Is there a plan to expand the outreach outreach mechanism that you've used since there was only one bid?
Thank you for that question. We do intend to reach out to some contractors that do this type of work and ask them, get additional information in terms of, is there a reason why you didn't bid last time? Is the timing right? Just to get some additional input. And hopefully that will shed some light in regards to kind of our bid package and how we might want to modify it a little bit.
Okay, thank you. And then you reach out to kind of the local county, and then the state. And so how far have you extended the outreach for this?
The outreach, for the most part, it's, again, local area, Bay Area. In the state, there is the potential where people kind of further away within the state do see it. But typically, by the time you add into mobilization and all of that, usually it's kind of the Bay Area contractors that would be.
Thank you. I mean, ideally, we would want localized, hyper-local, contracts. And that would be great to hire locally. And I do recommend we go to ensure that we reach all those avenues. My question is in regards to that outreach and the amount of dollars represented here. What is your time around for the next rebidding? Like, what's the timeline for it?
Right now, we're hoping, again, if everything goes well, it's just estimate right now, but we're hoping to be able to rebid the project and then come back probably in June timeframe, maybe July timeframe, to request award of a project.
Okay, and then we would still be on track with getting this, the city smart corridor expansion
That
project.
is correct. CCAG has reached out. They have gotten an extension from the California Transportation Commission. So,
Great.
So there is no issue there in regards to expiring of funds of any of that. And just to be clear, this project is funded by CCAG. They will reimburse the city for this project, but they're asking for assistance from us to help them manage the construction portion of the project.
No, I think this is great that, that we're in partnership with CCAG, most especially for those that are watching. This is an intentional project to really alleviate the traffic congestion that's on Junipero Serra Boulevard, the Bayshore Boulevard, and on the corridors on the I-280. I think if people see that during rush hour, there's extremely a lot of traffic on 280, and I know that's been one of the areas that CCAG has been focused on to alleviate that congestion that we have in those areas. And so that's why I was primarily asking all those questions, because I obviously want to see this come into fruition, and the timeline was something I was concerned about. But you've answered all my questions. Thank you so much. And now I'll ask my colleagues. Vice Mayor, do you have any
I don't have any
comments?
questions.
Okay, Councilmember Di Giovanni? No? Councilmember Sylvester?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Chu, you indicate in your staff report Brisbane, Coma, and Caltrans. Is Daly's, we're getting help through CCAG, but I guess they will take care of Brisbane, Coma, and Caltrans. Is this as part of the whole entire project?
Yes, so thank you for the question. The Northern City Smart Corridor Expansion Project does include those three
Okay.
cities. This one that Daly City is
Yeah.
implementing,
Uh-huh.
it will include Daly City as well as Coma. Brisbane
Right.
will have a separate contract
Okay.
for their portion, but this portion does include Daly City and Coma, and Caltrans is a partner in all the Smart
Gotcha.
Corridor projects throughout all of San Mateo County, because we're talking about I-280 and 101.
Thank you, Mr. Chu. You make mention of fiber optic cable. I term that as dark fiber. Is it a possibility that we'll be able to use the extra bandwidth for other areas other than just communications?
So in the past, most of the fiber for this project was something that we worked out with a private fiber company that was doing work in Daly City for other companies. And at that time, we saw that there was some overlap in regards to our traffic management system.
Excellent. Yes.
We negotiated with them to include extra conduit during
There you
that
go.
time.
All right.
And so this project can utilize some of that.
Excellent, because if you're going to dig,
You dig once.
you dig once. Excellent point. Thank you very much, Mr. Chu. My final comment is I would like to thank you and your staff for, we're not buying $400 toilets. Thank you for looking into this, and that's a big difference, close to 59%. And I really appreciate the work you have done and the due diligence that you and your staff put forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Sylvester. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues? I want to echo that. Thank you for really looking into this bid and ensuring that we go out again because of the fact that it's definitely over the amount. And so I think I echo the comment that thank you for looking into this, your due diligence, and ensuring that this is overpriced and we need to go back out to bid. And so with that, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second for item number 23. May we have roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Ms. Perano?
Aye.
Sylvester?
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, we have you. You're here again.
2 more items.
Yeah. 2 more items. Thank you so much. So we are now at item 24. Item 24 is award construction contract for Lawson Hall roof project.
Yes, thank you. This item is for a contract to replace the roof at Lawson Hall. The Lawson Hall facilities condition assessment that we did in 2017, at that time, it indicated that the roof was in poor to fair condition. Since that time, the roof has further deteriorated and it's currently showing signs of failure. It's necessary to replace the roof now, otherwise there'll be additional damage to the facility. The city is proposing to utilize a cooperative purchasing program. This will allow us to streamline the process of procuring goods and services. We do have a price with Garland DBS of Cleveland, Ohio, to replace the roof in the amount of $204,734. The city staff did review the specifications and the bid documents provided by Garland, and we did find that it was compatible with the scope of services that we needed. There is sufficient funding that's available in the Lawson Hall Rehabilitation Program budget that was approved as part of the annual capital budget. So in summary, staff is recommending that the City Council award a construction contract to Garland DBS Incorporated of Cleveland, Ohio, in the amount of $204,734 for the Lawson Hall Rehabilitation Project, and authorize the city manager or his designee to execute all necessary contracts to complete the project. Happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you so much, Director Chu, on this. My first question is, it says here the last assessment for the roof was in 2017, and it was in fair condition. When do you anticipate this project to start?
Once it's approved, we will execute the contract with the contractor, and then it's just a matter of scheduling the work. And so hopefully before the next rain season, it'll be done.
Thank you. I have a question in regards to this. You said that the award of the construction contract is to Garland DBS of Cleveland, Ohio. Were there other bids to this? I mean, were there other companies that bidded for this project?
Very good question. Thank you for that. This is not a traditional project that went out to bid. We are proposing to use a cooperative purchase program, which companies that participate in the cooperative purchase program do go through a bidding process. Garland is a company that had gone through that bidding process, and they are selected as one of the contractors that are part of this cooperative purchase program. Garland is a company that does supply materials to many of our city facilities. The warranty that they have is something that has worked well for the city. Also, if there's issues within that warranty period, Garland has been very good in terms of doing the necessary repairs as needed. So we are proposing to go to Garland through the cooperative purchase.
Okay, thank you for that. But can you explain what the cooperative purchasing bid process is? Because I feel like, when did we start doing that?
We've been doing that for many years now,
Okay.
even before I came here. There are various cooperative purchase programs. Some of the other ones also, we've done that as well in regards to services where we would potentially like piggyback on other public agencies that have gone through a purchasing public bid process. A cooperative is similar to that, where they go through a public bidding process, they go through the evaluations, they select contractors that may qualify for a period of X number of years, and then agencies can go directly to that cooperative program in an effort to streamline the process.
Okay, thank you. Because think my concern is around and that understanding that process that there were conversations like prior around being able to ensure that when we bid or we go out to bid for projects, whether they're very large or they're smaller bids, that there's opportunities for minority-owned businesses to be able to, we need to create a process in which, smaller businesses are able to at least compete for these projects. And when I look at this business coming from Cleveland, that's where I think I'm trying to understand why we're having someone come from Cleveland to do this work.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Very good question. The company's headquarters is in Cleveland. The contractors that are actually going to be doing the work with Garland, they're going to be local contractors just because that's the most cost effective. And so this company works with a lot of different subcontractors. And so Garland is a prime contractor, a general contractor, but at the same time, they utilize a lot of subcontractors. Most of their subs are local to the area just because, again, that's the most cost effective.
Okay, how as a city do we, I know this is not going into kind of it's just understanding what you mentioned, that they're actually out of state, but they will be subcontracting to local entities within the area. How do you find out who they hired? Is that something that your office is able to track? I think for me, it's understanding like where the local businesses, the contractors that are within our communities. And I think it's important for us to be able to track that. And as far as like the jobs and businesses that we actually are able to have remain in our communities.
Yeah, so first of all, in terms of the cooperative purchase agreement, there are prices already that's set based on that public bidding process that was done at the time to qualify them to be on the cooperative purchase program. So those prices are pretty much kind of set in regards to, that's what they charge for a particular scope item or whatever. In order for the main contractor, Garland, they're the prime contractor, they're responsible for all the work. They have the ability to subcontract out certain portions of the work. And so typically for them, and we've seen it in other projects where we've done with them through a cooperative purchase, they've utilized contractors from the local area to work on projects that are, our city facilities, other facilities. There's a handful of contractors. Those contractors have to be authorized contractors for their material. So it has to be trained contractors that know how to utilize the material that they provide, that's qualified, certified, and then, however many of those contractors, they can get pricing from them. And again, usually those are kind of local to the area just because that's the most cost effective. But at the same time, one season, one contractor may be super busy, and then someone else, would be more competitive, and sometimes it's vice versa. But the contractors that they've used in the past for city projects, they have been in the area, in the Bay Area. And again, they're not looking to pay more than if they don't have to. And so they do kind of start with contractors in the area that are certified for their product.
Okay, great. I think that's something I think important for me, to, maybe your office to track. I understand that you've been working on that cooperative for a while, but it just flagged it for me when I saw the company was from Cleveland, and this is work being done at one of our community centers in Lawson Hall. So I appreciate you providing that clarification. And I think that, I know it was brought up in the past, maybe to look at a process in which we would be able to really share these opportunities for smaller localized businesses. And I know that there are organizations within California, the Bay Area, so that I think maybe the contract could be hyper-localized in that respect. But thank you so much for answering my questions. I will now ask my colleagues. I see Councilmember Perano. She has a question. So.
First of all, I did note that it's 132,000 less. So for the city, that's good. Less than what they allocated for that project. And so I guess my only question really is, when this company in Cleveland, when they choose people here to work, and are they going to guarantee to us, the city, that these people are licensed, that they're using qualified people, that they're not just picking people off the corner and having them do the job, So because when someone's that far away and they say, okay, everything's fine, and that somebody's here running around, where's the guarantee?
Yes, thank you for the question. So to answer your question, Garland is the contractor that is responsible for the project. They're the contractors that actually hold the warranty for the city. So it is in their best interest to make sure that the work is done properly, because if not, they're the ones that have to end up dealing with the warranty work. To answer your question in regards to making sure it's done properly, they have localized folks that work for Garland that is in this area, and they will be doing the inspection, the oversight. They do that with other projects that they do for the city, and these are local folks. They live in this area. This is their territory, and so they will be providing observations, inspection, monitoring. They will need to certify that the roof is done properly. If it isn't, they will need to work with the subcontractor to make sure it's done properly, because otherwise, they're the one that holds the 30-year warranty with the city,
Okay,
and if
that's
it's
what I
not
was
done
gonna ask.
properly,
So it's
they
a,
have to.
pardon me, so it's a 30-year warranty. So they will warranty the roof for 30 years.
Yeah, typically
Okay.
it's a 30-year warranty. If there's any leaks, they have to do it and fix it, and they have in the past for other facilities that we have.
Okay. Thank you for answering those questions.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Perano. Councilmember G. Giovanni?
Thank you, Mayor. So on that same vein, would you say that, because I know you always are really good about finding labor, so are they, to make sure that we don't have wage theft, and so are they union affiliated?
All of our public works projects
Right.
do require them to pay prevailing wage.
Right.
So we do require certified payroll records in regards to any payment before, we process. So we do have all of that as a requirement as part of the project, for all of our projects.
Right.
Oftentimes, there's also a requirement for them to register with the Department of Industrial Relations. So they also have to be, kind of, recorded in the DIR for this specific project. And then we have records through that as well.
So to help you out, so are they signatory in nature, like as far as making sure that they use union, our local union?
Well, again, the requirement is prevailing wage. And so that's why they need to register with Department of Industrial Relations. That's the requirement for per public contract code. And so we ask for certified payroll records. The Department of Industrial Relations also monitors it to make sure that the wages are paid and the amounts are correct. There's also spot checking that's done.
Right.
So all of that is part of all of our public works type projects.
Right, to make sure of that. But if we wanted to make it different, because I know that our city manager is a union supporter as well, supports labor a lot, so that if we ever wanted to move in that area, we could just talk to you and then, right? Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions from my colleagues? Seeing none? Okay. I move the construction award contract for Lawson Hall roof project. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, and at this time, we need to adopt the resolution by roll call. And so, Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Ms. Perano?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye. Thank you very much. Now moving on to item number 25. Award construction contract for City Hall elevator modernization and ADA burial removal project.
Yes, thank you. I'll try to make this quick. It's getting late. The City Hall elevator was installed in 1977. Those elevators typically have a suggested lifespan of about 25 to 30 years. We are beyond that. When the city did our ADA self-evaluation plan and assessment for City Hall, the City Hall elevator did have several barriers identified in that ADA self-evaluation and transition plan. And the proposed work and renovation would address the ADA barriers, and it'll also make the elevator much more reliable due to its current age. The elevator type work is very specialized. Typically, for these types of projects, the elevator companies that would be doing this type of upgrade, modernization, is the company that does the maintenance contract for that elevator. In this particular case, Otis Elevator is the company that has the maintenance contract for our City Hall elevator. They did provide a proposal to us. just in an effort to try to reach out and explore, we did try to reach out to another elevator company that had done work for the city in the past. That elevator company declined to provide a proposal because they don't have the maintenance contract with the city. And so that was our expectation, but we did want to reach out just to make sure. So in this particular case, staff is recommending to grant a contract to Otis Elevator in the amount of $446,250 to modernize the City Hall elevator and also to address the ADA barrier indicated in that project. There is sufficient funds in the City Hall elevator modernization and ADA barrier removal project. We do have funding as part of our previous budget that was approved. So in summary, staff is recommending that the City Council award a construction contract to Otis Elevator out of Sunnyvale in the amount of $446,250 for the City Hall elevator modernization and ADA barrier removal project, and then also authorize the city manager or his designee to execute all necessary contracts to complete the project. Happy to answer any questions council members may have.
Thank you so much for your presentation on this. I think I have a question because when we had our Lunar New Year event here at City Hall, the elevators went out of service. And I think it was because of the frequent usage from utilizing it through that event. Will this renovation help that type of scenario? Because I mean, I remember we needed to help like an elderly, two elderly people that needed to use the elevator, but it was definitely not usable. And so that's where, I'm hoping that that doesn't happen. We had a public event. I know it was really great because we had so many people that came, but then I was also concerned because they could not use the elevators, and we have those really long steps going down to our parking lot. And so just wondering, was that because it was being utilized so much in a small period of time? And will this renovation alleviate that?
Yes, this renovation will definitely improve the reliability of the current elevators. There's a lot of components in there that are pretty old. With that being said, I do want to make it clear that our current elevator, it does get regular inspection. It does get certification, so we don't have a situation where it's unsafe. That's not the case.
Right.
But with that being said, it is very old. A lot of the components are at the end of its useful life. So we're kind of on borrowed time. And there are components that sometimes will fail and we would have to get parts for it. This modernization project will basically give us a new elevator. It'll be ADA compliant. We'll have new parts in it. It'll be slightly larger to comply with ADA, so it will definitely improve reliability. These projects are very expensive, and it's just, we have a lot of elevators and a lot of need, limited resources. So we try to get as much life out of our roofs, out of our elevators, as we can, just to try to make our dollar stretch as far as we can make it stretch.
Thank you for that. So were our elevators not ADA compliant?
The elevator, I'm sure at the time it was built, it was
Yeah.
probably compliant, but the requirements change over time, regulations change. So currently it does not meet current ADA standards. And so it's not just the elevator. We have a lot of facilities, restrooms that need upgrading to meet ADA compliance, and so that's why we did this self-evaluation transition plan.
How long have you been out of compliance?
We did our assessment in 2020, which is about 4 years ago. And so at least at that time, it was out of compliance. And again, just to be clear, for agencies like us, by doing this self-evaluation transition plan, basically it provides us with a plan to upgrade and come into compliance for all of our facilities. It's not uncommon for agencies, government agencies, to have several facilities, and it's not all compliant to today's standard, but we have to work towards it. And so we have a plan. It spans about 15 years in terms of our ability to try to be fully compliant by the end of that 15 years. And it prioritizes which facilities, and obviously City Hall is a very high priority because it's City Hall, and that's where we deal with the public, and so that's why the elevator is kind of top on one of the high priority items to get implemented.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Prano.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Once the project begins, how long will the elevator be out?
We're probably looking 3 to 4 months. It's going to be some time, and it will be a tough transition because there's going to be a period of time where the elevator is out of service. It can't be used. So we're going to have to kind of really work with signage and try to encourage folks, hey, make sure you park on the second level. You could come in through there. But it is something that's needed, and we'll just have to work through it as best we can. Unfortunately, we don't have 2 elevators, and but yes, that will be a transition and a tough period.
Thank you. Councilmember Sylvester.
Basically, I don't have a question, but I do have a comment that you had made mention, self-improvement. I mean, you're going through, I guess, the different buildings and looking as to bringing them into compliance, those that need to be. You use the term.
Yes, it's a self-evaluation.
Self-evaluation,
and
okay.
transition plan. And
Okay.
so back in 2020, we did work with a consultant to evaluate all of our city facilities. We have about 30 facilities. Also looked at our rights of way, curb ramps out in the street. So there was a lot of effort at that time to put this self-evaluation transition plan together. Obviously, City Hall is kind of top on the list in terms of priority. So we are looking at that, and elevator. I mean, we're also looking at restrooms at City Hall and council chambers, and so there is a lot of need for ADA work.
Well, Mr. Chu, you fell right into it. And basically, I was waiting for you to say that. So if City Hall is top priority, any recommendation, I don't need an answer tonight. Maybe the dais, ADA access. Hopefully that's in the plan. No, you don't have to answer it, but to conserve on time. Are these popcorn ceilings?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I just want to bring up those 2 issues. You can address them some other time in the future, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Sylvester. Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quick one. I'm sure you've already thought about it. So that, like you said, it'll just deviate people parking that need the help on this side, and I'm sure you'll just increase the handicap parking over here. And then those of us that go up the steps, we can go down the other way.
Yes, we're definitely going to have to come
Increase
up
the
with a
handicap.
plan, make sure there's notification and signs and
Give them more handicap. I think we only have 1 or 2
3
handicap parking
I think
spots.
3 out here.
There's 3?
Yes.
Maybe 5. We could do. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think in the same vein as trying to find out alternative ways for those 3 to 4 months for folks that usually use those elevators. I know that there's a pathway coming on the Edgeworth parking lot,
Yeah.
but maybe it's ensuring that there's alternative ways so that folks that usually rely on the elevators, they can provide public comment. I think we need to just be able to accommodate for that period of time. Because I know it is hard for a lot of folks. Like, we have steep stairs. It's not, I mean, on the other area, but from the Edgeworth area, people are able to come in, and there's not as much stairs, right?
Correct. They do have the ability to come in the parking lot over
Okay.
here without steps, and that's where the automatic doors are for, accessibility.
Okay.
But yes, at the time, when the time comes, we'll work closely with city manager's office to, do public outreach and make sure people are aware and notified.
Thank you. I know there's really only a handful of elevator companies, right? Otis and then Mitsubishi, right? I don't know, there's just really a small amount of companies that do this specialized work.
That's correct, yes.
And so usually what typically happens is if a company does not have a contract with a particular municipality, that is when they don't go for the bid. I want to understand that portion of it, because when you
Yes.
said you had reached out to other companies and then they didn't decide to because us as a municipality has a contract with another company, why did we even go? I'm trying to understand that
Yes.
nuance there, because I don't want wasted time from you, and then I want to make sure, like, are we doing the extra process we don't need?
Yes, usually in regards to kind of repair of existing elevators, modernization of existing elevators, typically the contractor that is maintaining that particular elevator that has the contract to do the maintenance, they're the ones that will do that repair work, do that modernization. Usually, a different company will not provide a price on an existing elevator where they don't have a maintenance contract. They kind of respect each other's
Okay.
area. If we were doing a brand new elevator, then different contractors would provide bids. But if you're doing an existing elevator, typically they kind of stay in each other's contract area that they have for maintenance of that.
Okay, you said typically they stay in their contract area, but sometimes they don't? Because I'm trying to understand, why did we even take the time to, I mean, obviously we need to bid out, but if it's highly specialized in the elevator, because there's only a few options, and you just mentioned, the company that has to maintain it is usually the company. Can you
Yes.
respond that usually they're not going to bid? Because to me, I'm like, oh, we went out to bid and then they didn't. And I'm like, should we just have stayed with Otis and not have wasted the time and effort to reach out to other companies?
Yeah,
If this is the only options, like 99%, 100% is what's going to happen,
Yes.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, our outreach to the other elevator company was basically a phone call to them to
Okay.
say, hey, we need to modernize our elevator. Are you interested?
Okay.
And they gave us the answer that we were kind of expecting, where it's just like, well, we don't have the maintenance contractor for that elevator. We're not going to submit a proposal on it.
Okay.
So that's just an effort to, ideally, it'd be nice to have, 3 bids or three proposals. Maybe not bid is not the right word, 3 proposals. But again, this isn't unusual. It is kind of what we expected, but
Okay.
just an extra phone call, didn't take up a lot of time.
Okay, that cleared up everything. Because you see my perspective. I'm like, wait, why did you go out when you knew? And then they typically don't. And I'm like, okay, so it's just a friendly call just to see
That's
whether or
correct.
not there's a change. But the usual typical 99%, the specified agency is going to be the one that's going to be going for the bid. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Any other questions from my colleagues? All right, seeing none. So I move to approve the award construction contract for the City Hall elevator modernization and ADA burial removal project. And do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second, and at this, Madam City Clerk, we'll have to do a roll call vote. And so may we have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Ms. Perano,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Chu, on that. Thank you. Now moving on to appointments for boards, commission membership, or Board of Trustees. Are there any appointments for my colleagues? Okay, seeing none. Now moving on to City Council. Council Committee. That's the first one. Are there any council committee reports from my colleagues?
Through the mayor, I'm going to wait till next time, given the late hour. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And seeing none, okay. I will also, 11:53. Okay, I will provide my updates for council committee for also the next meeting, given the time.
Thank you.
Okay. Now moving on to city council reports. Are there any city council reports from my colleagues?
The same for next time for me. Thank you.
Okay, you will wait until next time, giving the time frame. And for my colleagues, seeing no, I think we are at 11:54 p.m. We will, oh my goodness, we're almost here at midnight. We're gonna get out of here before midnight. Okay, and so with that, moving on to staff reports.
No report from staff.
Okay, thank you very much. And at this point, we have our adjourn in memory.
Mayor,
Yes,
can we just go back to city council reports?
yeah, of course.
I think we had a tremendous amount of community folks that came out,
Yes,
and they really want to see, and I really want to see, a permanent ceasefire resolution from the city of Daly City. And I would like to agendize and try to work with our staff to make this happen.
okay. And so I want to thank everyone that has come here in today. What I will do moving forward is creating a subcommittee. I'll have you on there, Dr. Das Magbuel, in your request. And so that there's movement on this. So I will form a subcommittee on this, and then we will work with the city manager. And so that's the next steps in this regard. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for that. And so that will be the next steps. And City Clerk, I want to make sure that you have that in the record. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. And now moving on to our adjourn in memory. Councilmember Sylvester?
Thank you. I'll keep this quite brief. I'd like to adjourn in memory of Miss Janice Roofer, longtime friend, over 50 years. Actually, her dad taught me how to bowl, and very fond memories. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Sylvester. I also want to adjourn in memory of Leonardo Rios Bautista. He was named Tatay, and to our Nanay, he was Narding. And just to give you a little background about Tatay, and this is for Catherine Summerfield's grandfather. He was born on July 5th, 1926 in Cavite, Philippines, and was the third oldest out of 7 children. Tatay and Nanay were married on August 17, 1947, so this year would have been their 77th year wedding anniversary. He has 6 kids, 14 grandkids, and 18 great-grandchildren. Tatay was an avid bowler. He was part of the league and used to bowl every week at Sarah Bowl. He was a great bowler and a couple of times came close to bowling a perfect game. Tatay worked as a mechanic in the Mission District, and his expertise was in bodywork. He was a really, really good with fixing dents, and almost every weekend he would always have to be called a sideline where someone would drop off their car at our house for Tatay to fix it. Condolences to Catherine Summerfield's family, and also for the employees and relatives and their immediate family members. And so to Bonnie Wu, her grandfather, Ling Fong, and then also to Davis Barkosi, our Daly City Police officer's grandmother, Barbara Randlett. And so may we all have a moment of silence. Thank you.